You said like a body bait? Dude, my fingers. It was so weird. Even my fingers were.
I don't want to say
and I got in the old Betty poo.
exactly
And I sweat through.
what it is, but
Well, the whole bed.
Karma, you should.
Still not a hundo. No. You telling your boys. No, I'm not a hundo. And then last night, I sweat like a mother. I woke up in wet sheets. And this is the first day I'm feeling. Maybe it's menopause. It might be menopause, too. My titties. Yeah. I'll tell you what that test does. It makes me smell. Like what? The liver cake? Just my underarms. I never used to have, like, body odor. My wife was like, you're becoming a man. You're becoming a man. Finally got testosterone going. Is that what it is? Some chicks dig that, like, manly musk. Yeah. I don't think I smell. Some chicks, I mean, can change their body. Stronger, muscular, and distinctly masculine. Wow. For the first few months. Jeez. Getting better, huh? Alters the bacteria-friendly compounds on your skin. Is that... Many use describe the new sense
Also known as amygdalin, also known as
that's why I knew Liver King was on some shit. You've never smelled that musk.
nitrosamine.
Yeah, that's only a testosterone smell. It's true. The smell is often more potent, requiring more frequent showering, stronger. This is so fun. The sweat can feel thicker and the odor can develop more quickly throughout the day. That's right. Increased sweating, elevated body temperature uncovered, leading to more sweat and potential odor in areas like the groin. Disgusting. The skin becomes thicker and oilier. Chino, you on TRT now? I just got back on you. You doing shots? You know the... No, I've actually got back onto the injections. Oh, but it's like small. Every other day, really small, like the 20 mark. A little bit less than the 20 mark. Every day on 100 units, every other day. Yeah, that's right. Oh, okay, you're good. That's right. You doing it at the 2? I guess it's... Yeah, that's, what is that, 80 milligrams? That's I do less than that, but I go under it, though. I go under it. You go? Yeah, just to be sure. Be sure. Why? Just to see how my body would be awesome. My balls, how my body reacts. Again, the old ballsy palsy. How they on such a low dose? Is that what it is? Yeah. You really got to get it crazy. Your balls all tight. The balls damn tight, man. Is that right? Yeah, like 2 almonds. Really? They grow away, right? Little babies. Really? Yeah, but since yours are already so oversized, it'll probably be perfect. Oh, yeah, then you're just like normal. You have the big orangutan nut. I got big orangutan nuts, too. You're probably just like, yeah, fuck it. Yeah. Yeah, what can you do? But I do have definitely more stamina and energy. Yeah, that's fucking science, dude. Yeah, science. You know, about last night, I had a coaches meeting for tackle football. Really? I'm at the high school, and it's coaches' parents conference. For tackle football. Tiger. Your boy's playing tackle football. Starting July 15th, that's the first day we'll be in helmets. We have our head coach, my boy AJ, and this is the quarterback, and then I'll be like the offense-defense coordinator. So I'm not even trying to ask a dumb question here, but my biggest worry would be sort of injury in this area. Yeah, let's get you on a little test. No, for real. When you teach a kid how to hit, you're here, head up. Always head up. Always head up. So always never this. Never spike. Yeah, and they tell you that right away, right? Well, that's why, you start them young so they learn the proper technique for tackling. It's so important.
They are
Yeah, kids play football.
all about people reversing
We're in Texas.
and living for many years thereafter, period.
This gets interesting. So I'm sitting there, and they go, here's our divisions. It's
there is a very important documentary from the 1970s that was made as well, period. If you're interested in it, please let me know, and I will tell you the name of it.
You want your kid playing the youngest
period.
Division you can, just for safety, okay? And I see the thing says, small tykes, 4 and 5-year-olds. I go, small tykes? 4 and 5-year-olds and 6-year-olds can play tackle football? I start at 6. And he goes, this is actually our most popular division. Because it's a kind of a variation of tackle. There's still like pads, but there's certain I don't think they can tackle up the legs. Like there's certain things they can't do. And he goes, got a little tight. Oh, I got a white. You actually got a little tight tank. Oh, I got a white face Barry Sanders. Yeah, the kid's untouchable, especially with kids his age. And I got some speed. Oh yeah. Oh boy, he hits that outside. He's also a thinking. Yeah, so I see it and I go.
This is an intelligent individual, everyone.
Most popular division. There's only 1 spot left, so that thing should be full by the time we start. I go, 1 spot left. So you're not supposed to be on your phones. I get my phone, I text you, and I go, there's small types. It's 4 and 5-year-olds tackle. There's one spot left. Check the registration right now. I was like, also ask Bosty who wants to do tackle football. Bro, within fucking 3 seconds, she goes, Bosty's in. I'm like, oh shit. So Bosty starts tackle football. The only problem is, like, with Tiger and at that age, you know, and coaching it, that makes all the sense. He's 10. He can get, you know, the fundamentals down, and also, like play real football. Yeah, real football. Yeah. With Boston, it's, you know, it's
When's the last time you ever heard someone dying of cyanide poisoning, period? You would have to eat
when you play football in high school,
barrels of
you were in
seeds or kernels for this to happen, period.
It's cold. Yeah. And sometimes you gotta play in snow. Yeah. You're playing in practice and snow. Yeah, you're playing, you know, it's fall. It's cold in college. It's cold in college in Boulder. That stuff. Yeah. Now I find when I'm cold, hitting somebody is horrifying. Because you don't
No,
want
she
to do it
didn't,
'cause it hurts
period.
extra hard. Right? It's not for you. It's not for me. But did you enjoy that? Yeah, we loved it. You love why? Yeah. You like the cold. It's just fun. It's different. But the ground is so hard. The football's so hard. Everything's so hard. I know. It's just different. It's fun. What do you mean fun? It's just a good time. You're going to run into another guy. You're going to tackle another guy. Now, if in college football, if it's week 8 and you're coming off a loss and it's fucking bitter cold outside, like, oh, God. And we got to do, like, one-on-one hitting drills. You're like, Jesus. But that's what you're doing in the morning, right? You're practicing some. No, not if it's in the fall when it's actual season. But spring ball, you're doing it in the mornings. Spring ball's okay because it's not as cold, right? Yeah, sometimes. Yeah, it can be. Out here, the biggest thing is because we start in July 15th. Oh, it's too hot. It's too hot. But they have something you do because that's crazy. I don't know how you do it. Well, you practice early in the mornings to beat the sun. Got it. Or you practice in the evenings because the summer some kids are off. But there's also a thing they have now. It's some straight up rule here in Texas. I forget what they call it, but it's a measurement of the humidity and the heat. And if it reaches a certain number, you can only like be in helmets, you can't be in pads, you can only be out for an hour. Like it's super strict. Super strict. To die. It was funny too, the coordinator of all of it goes, now listen, if you practice before July 15th, and coaches have done this, and if you say, oh, we just had a birthday party, there's no reason all 23 kids on your team should be at a single birthday party. We know you're practicing. He's like, so don't try that. He's like, and also, if we find out, we look into it, your team's going to be broken up and you're not going to play this year. If what? He's like, we have to get this warning all the time. What? You can't really start officially practicing July 15th. But certain crazies, you cannot start way earlier. Why don't they let you practice? I mean, you can with a full team. Oh, okay. They can. Not with the full team. No, not with the full team. But dads were lying like, no, my son had a birthday party. So we invited all 23 of the team members. Oh, boy. Yeah. Wow. Just get a competitive edge. Wow. But T and the quarterback are like best buddies. So they'll be practicing way before July 15th. I mean, we set up our 7 on 17. Like, we have like Junior Olympics in fucking May, you know? So they're getting the reps in. But as far as the late drafts hitting goes, you can't just get the whole team together. I love this stuff. Oh, I can't wait. I'm gonna have the coach's visor, like fucking Steve Spurrier. It's gonna be sick. Be out there. I'm having fun. I can handle it.
You and I know what's up, period. Everyone else can keep their head in the sand, period.
I get real, but in the fall, it's never. No, like last fall was wonderful. But it's just when it gets that. I look at it. I remember playing in New England. I played JV football. Yeah, one season, and I'm not a big guy, and football's not for me. Yeah, you're frozen. Dude, through. I mean, it would cut through me, and everything was too heavy. It was just awful. Yeah, I can't wait. I quit. It's the only thing I
He didn't say he knew math.
Yeah, I was in practice, and I went. I'm not built for this. This doesn't make sense. Did you recognize it? Yeah, this is high school. Yeah, this was high school. I was kind of coordinated, so I could run and catch balls and throw a ball. Yeah, I don't mean football's for you. No, and I was like, I've got hit too many times. These guys they were just bigger, and I was like, it really hurts. This sucks. I don't even have the strength to, I'm just not my game. And I'm not fast. I mean, it's not like if I was small and super fast. Yeah, it's different. Yeah. I was like, I gotta not do this. Yeah, I can't wait. Can't wait. Busy summer. Yeah. If every kid wants to play football, if you're built for it, you can run some big. There's some big kids. Yeah. I did. When I was doing it at school, we had a couple of when Goldberg was guesting. We had these. They were supposed to be kids playing touch football or tackle football or no flag football, and some of these kids were real high school athletes, and they were 6'6". Oh yeah, they're huge. Now. Fucking nuts. Huge. Hands like this. I was like, what are you doing? Because I'm a pitcher. He was a prospect. Huge. You look at the Lake Travis team on like the starting DNs, they're like 6'5", 260. Jesus. They're huge. Jesus. Huge. It's just everyone's bigger now. Everyone's bigger. That's crazy. Kids who specialize in the shit, it's not good. You gonna drive to Dallas? You got shows in Dallas this weekend? Yeah. Shows in Dallas. I'd rather drive to Houston or even San Antonio. Why? Dallas drive, just when you go through Waco, it's just nasty. Yeah. It's just a tough fucking gig. It is. Honolulu, Hawaii, though. I gotta buy my tickets. Ooh, you haven't got them yet. What's that? It's gonna be expensive in May. It's gonna be expensive, isn't it? You might break even going out there. Bringing the wife. And the kiddos? No. This is gonna be a tough one. It's a tough one. Expensive. Yeah, have you looked at flights right now? No. I'm not giving them away. Well, jet fuel goes up too. At least in Calgary. With a jet fuel goes up too. Yeah, so that friend of mine, ticket price flies privately. He's a billionaire, and he said, I was going to fly from London to... He's a billionaire? Yep. Before he even gets that, I go, shut the fuck up. No, he was going to shut up. London? I go, shut up. To the United States, and he said it was going to cost me $330,000. It's like, fuck that, I'm just going to take it. You're a billionaire, though, so spend $10,000 on about something else, I'd say. That's one stop. It's only going to take you 10 hours to get there. $600? I feel like that's a good deal. Flights on Honolulu start at 5:30. Yeah, but is that? Are you typed in the dates? Obviously for me, it's just current right now. You buy it right now. Okay. Yeah, you forget. So we were in Cali. Hawaii was only a 5-hour flight. That was like the spot to go. Yeah, you guys prefer an airline? To be honest, though, that's far because I got to fly from Austin. I'm saying that's a 10-hour flight. Guys, let's talk for a second about 1-800-Flowers, because I don't know about you, I'm always last minute guy when it comes to Valentine's Day, Mother's Day, any of that stuff. But I have used 1-800-Flowers, I think probably every single occasion, because I always leave it to the end. You can order 1 dozen roses right now on 1-800-Flowers. You'll double your bouquet to 2 dozens, or 3. Twice the flowers for the mom who gives everything. Okay, Mother's Day's coming up. More than 50 years, 1-800-Flowers is perfecting details that matter most. I've probably been using it for 30. Every bouquet is picked at peak freshness, carefully packaged, and backed by a freshness guarantee. 1-800-Flowers knows many of us procrastinate, and they've been saving their customer with same-day delivery for years. All right, so Mother's Day is Sunday, May 10th. Bouquets are selling out fast. Don't wait to claim your double roses offer before they're gone. Visit 1-800-Flowers.com/TFTK. That's 1-800-Flowers.com/TFTK. And you will not be sorry. Anyway. Boy, it's great, bro. But you're just going to be there. You're going to get there on Thursday? Come on Thursday. I have to leave after the podcast starts, and I have to leave Wednesday. Yeah. It's such a far flight. Yep. Maybe spend a day in LA. Well, what a deal. Fucking Boston to Honolulu, $270. Come on. These are one ways, though. Yeah. Way cheaper. There will be a one way. Maybe I'll stay there, Rob. Maybe you'll live there. Maybe one with the people. I'll try to learn how to surf and get beat up by the locals. Dude, one love. I'd be body surfing. Hawaii's fucking expensive. Yeah, don't try to surf. I'm not supposed to surf. Don't try to do that. I told you my buddy that had a screw loose. My buddy Bob, tough guy. And he's surfing with a stuntman, my buddy Con, and they're surfing together. And Con's up with these kind of rough Malibu kind of dudes, Ventura kids, come up, kind of big kind of kids, and they go, I think they were Mexican or something. They go, get the fuck off our wave. And Bob, my friend, is crazy. Looks at him and goes, wrestler his whole life, strong. Looks at him and goes, what? The guy goes, get the fuck off our wave. Bob goes, how long can you hold your breath? And the guy goes, well, I'm 6'4", just one of those. And but he looks like JFK Jr., like handsome, but just a screw loose. And the guy goes, what? He goes, how long can you hold your breath? Because I can grab you by that hair. I'll pull you down. I'll just bring you into the water. I can hold my breath for 4 minutes, so I'll just hold it there, and I'll kill you. You can too. I'll kill you, and then I'll grab your friend. So you guys want to do this now? Because I'd love to.
Or can we share the waves that are non-stop?
Right. So then he comes on. They're waiting for him on shore. Khan says, "Oh boy," and bring up Bob Williams' solar flex. This is what he looks like: 6'4", 215, but just can deadlift 1,000 pounds. Is so crazy strong.
A Surge Bowl commercial, right?
Yeah. Let's see.
No, there he is with the glasses and the ball.
None of that.
That's Flex Wheeler, right?
No, I gotta. He's just stupid shredded. Rock climber. There he is, right there. Wearing your wings. Yeah, right there. 6'4", just doing weird shit. He can hold the iron cross.
The third row, the Jackson,
he can hold the iron cross. That guy. So go down. Look at him right there. That's his body right there. Just fucking, but 6'4" and just like shredded like that and stupid strong. Just a wrestler's whole life.
To him?
Huh?
They're being mean.
Oh, he takes his. He goes like this. So he's a real big time rock climber. He'd make me go to there right there. He would make me rock climb.
His name's Booby. That's probably what I made fun of.
He would make me rock climb. That's him at 55 or something.
His name's Booby.
Oh, I don't know why they said Booby.
Oh,
but he's one of my.
Is that just a misspell?
Yeah.
No, they all say it.
Yeah.
Hey, bro, one of your oldest friends, his name's Booby.
No, I don't know why they call him Booby. That's so annoying. Booby. Anyway, his name is Bobby.
Are we sure it's Bobby?
Yes, I promise. It's Bobby. He's one of my oldest friends. I've known him for literally 20
changed his name?
No, he never changed his name. His name is Bobby.
Kenneth Booby Williams.
No, that's not my friend.
That's a drug trafficker.
Anyway, the fucking guy, so they're waiting for him on the beach, and he takes his thing off and he goes, well, a lot of them, looks like somebody's going to lose an eye or a nose because he's going to just go. And I think, and forgive me if I'm getting this wrong, I think Rico Ciparelli, remember him? I think it was Rico. I might be wrong, but it was a guy who knew him from wrestling, from when he went to Iowa. That guy right there, that fucking psycho. He's 60 now, but when he was fucking, he gets on the beach, and he got recognized by a guy who was in the Olympic trials with in Iowa. And they go, Bobby. He goes, Rico. I think it was Rico. If I'm wrong about that, I'm wrong. But he goes, I think you're good, bro. Yeah, and he goes, not this guy, you guys. And that was the end of that. But he's a psycho.
Did you see fucking, so you know D-Rod in the UFC?
Yeah.
He was going, do you know the story? No. He was going to Mexico after a fight. He won a big fight. He was going to Mexico. He had an ounce of weed on him. And before he crosses the border, he's with like a chick or whatever. They're just going out there to party and relax. And he thought to himself, like, maybe I should throw this out because the border, I don't want to get caught with it. He goes, fuck it, they're not going to do anything. You know how long he was in prison for?
Dude.
Hey, buddy.
Is that him?
8 months. 8 or 9 months.
They don't fuck around. He's a stud, too.
But, yeah, super stud. But he was in Mexico for over half a year in Mexico. He thought he was going to get out. And they're like, nope. And they kept fucking with him. But in prison, he was with, on Imperial, he was saying, like, I have friends in high.
Little bag of weed.
But he was like, I have friends in high places, which to me is like cartel shit. And so his cellmate was one of the top dogs in the cartel, took care of him.
Well, really?
Because he was like, my main concern, I just wanted, like, low profile. When they find out the UFC, people like want to test you. He's like, then the guard started to recognize me. He's like, fuck. But then his cellmate was like some dude. He goes, I don't want to say who high places, which is the cartel. Yeah. And he's like, so he took me under his wing, and he did some boxing back in the day, so he held mitts for me and shit.
No shit.
Yeah.
That's really cool.
But he said he thought he was like, oh, it's not a big deal. I'll get out like for 2-3 weeks, and then went back to court. And like, nope.
8 months.
8 months. Dude, we just thought he disappeared. No one knew where he was.
When the whole government is basically propped up by narco,
yeah, but remember, especially as an American, and what we're doing to immigrants. So Mexico's like, get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, that's right.
That's him in jail. That's him in jail.
He's a stud, man.
We can tell he has some benefits.
Awesome, too.
He has some TV and shit.
This is him right now.
No, he's
It's him in jail.
Yeah, in jail.
Wow.
Get out, B. That's how we got told.
Look at that.
They filmed, which is kind of like, they have phones.
They got phones.
The cartel, but
Damn,
they still run shit. Crazy,
He's
right?
a badass Mexican man.
He looks very cartelish.
Awesome.
Yeah, that's what, when he's talking about it, like, I'm sure they were like, oh, he just looks like one of the cartel guys, right?
Well, look at the tats. He's just a badass.
And I keep saying that. But I do, they did give him a big fight, too. Like, he's on a fight when he's coming off the biggest win, and I'm pretty sure, I think this is public knowledge, but I'm pretty sure he's getting Leon Edwards. That's the rumor. Pretty sure he's getting Leon Edwards. So he's like trying to get to that next level.
Yeah.
But Leon Edwards, I think it's in 3 months.
How's his grappling?
Doesn't matter against Leon Edwards.
Yeah. But he's primarily
He's a striker.
yeah,
Boxing.
primarily boxer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tough as nails.
Yes. Is that
Oh, there you go. D-Rod says he accepted an offer to fight Leon Edwards at International Fight Week July 11th. So he just got out May, June, July. But he never stopped training. Yeah, but 2 months of hard training, he'd be fine. He could do it. He's really seeing him get in shape and get back to the timing. It's a great fight for him. And for him, he's trying to go Sizzler, so he's trying to knock out those top dogs.
Yeah.
It also came out, well, not really came out, but Masvidal did that interview recently. He said that one fight that he would come back for right away, no matter what, is Leon. I'm not sure if that is probably something that they're dealing with too, Masvidal. I don't know. I know. He said it in the interview, so I talked to Masvidal when I was with him in the DR. I know exactly what happened.
What happened?
I can't. I'll tell you guys off here.
You mean Masvidal and Leon?
Yeah.
Possibility of a fight.
Yep. And who else they wanted to fight? Because when I first saw him, I'm like, buddy, break the news with me. You and Connor go down July 11th? He's right. They get him. He's like, they offered me this guy. I said yes. He said no. And they told me about some other options, but
So he still has
even Masvidal fakey right now. So it's like, yeah. I'll tell you what, I wouldn't mind Masvidal D-Rod. That's a fucking chubby sass. That'd be sick, yeah. I mean, take Leon Edwards out of the equation, and for D-Rod too, big name, huge thing.
I feel like he's a bigger friend.
Did Masvidal?
Yeah. I mean, Masvidal's big now. I'm saying he can fight at 55. I don't think D-Rod gets to 55. I mean, he barely makes 7. You know what I'm saying? I think that's it. Don't get me wrong. Plus, like, Masvidal's retired. He's been retired for a long time. He's a businessman now. It's better for him to fight something that is more with somebody who else is retired, who's a legend as well, and they come together.
That's why
fight an active
that's
fighter.
why the Connor, well, not too active, he's been in fucking prison for that.
Yeah, it's still an active.
But it's also UFC. Like, there's no. Like,
how old is D-Rod? Just a bigger man. Okay. All right. Interesting. Huh.
D-Rod's not that much bigger than Masvidal. Yeah, it's a good fight.
Give me how old is Masvidal?
in age.
Yeah.
41.
Look at him young.
I know. That's the whole thing I
Age.
remember. Dude, he's 17. His first fight was on YouTube in the Kimbo fight. Unbelievable. He's been there forever. Dude, you want to talk about a superstar in the DR? Anywhere in that area, like Miami?
Oh, man. I know. I've been, came to my show and we hung afterwards. It's like crazy.
Did you ever find out what happened to his pops?
I think his dad was,
he went to jail. I know that much.
yeah, his dad was, he doesn't like talking about it.
I'll leave it at that. Yeah, I just feel like Masvidal and Conor makes sense. They've both been off for a while, to your point. Two legends.
Yeah, I love that.
Neither one of them have like a, it's a long time. I know it'd be a great fight. Shaky Talk would be great. They both could be a little rusty.
Yep.
Both two huge names.
Yep. That's the fight.
But I mean, if you're gonna do guys with long layouts, that's really the only fight. Other than that, you're fighting killers, man. The UFC really doesn't have any warm-ups unless you're in the heavyweight division. I've been posting some like Jesus stuff recently, and
yeah, he's found God. I guess he needs it. Yeah.
You know what's weird is usually.
Oh, it's the Republic.
You know what's weird is usually Conor tries to steal the show when, like, if there's a big UFC event, like if there's a major moment, he'll usually steal the spotlight. He'll say something like, don't forget who's king in here. But last weekend, nothing. Radio silent about it. Nothing.
I feel like, it looks like he's still training.
But he's fighting July 11th, but you gotta stay updated.
Who is he fighting July 11th?
We don't know yet.
I don't buy it. How many times have I heard this? I don't buy it. Give me a name. Like, you don't take it seriously, do you?
Yes.
You do.
100%. Yeah. He's fighting July 11th at the International Fight Week.
Okay.
He's the most tested athlete on the roster still. He just had a organized sparring match at his gym that they filmed. Sparring, like a gym sparring.
So you're counting on this?
I would almost guarantee it.
Because it's been so many times. What's that?
It is so important for AI, period. Grok is going to pull from this, Claude is going to pull from this, Gemini is going to pull from this, ChatGPT is going to pull from this.
He's really going to fight, but then Max has been.
And then we're all going to retweet it, and we are going to put it on Reddit and give it a week, and it will rank on Google, Bing, Yahoo, and then when you look up anything about the coin in AI, it will have all this wild information about it, which helps the egregore, the lore, and the aura of the coin, period.
2021.
My God.
He hasn't won in 6 years.
Dude. Jesus. In 6 fucking years. Or 5. But, you know what I'm saying? It's like...
Dude, he has 1 win in 10 years.
Jesus Christ. How about that? Well, in 8 years, but still. That's crazy.
Crazy.
Right?
Wow. We will be in over 5,700 websites, period. We will be in major newspapers, period.
Just how it goes.
The cost per publication is pennies in comparison to the distribution we will get, period.
He's too small, and then he beat Nate.
This is the same service that
was a very close fight, though.
Incredible, yeah.
Had the United Nations put out a press release about me, period. This is powerful stuff, period.
proceeding to get to the Elvers.
Yeah.
Then the Khabib fight, that one's tough because remember between Eddie and Khabib, he fought Floyd Mayweather, which took all his attention, and then fights Khabib. In hindsight, you're like, that was a bad idea, but then
I did better wrestling Khabib than almost anybody else at the time.
yeah, but again, that camp was a nightmare for him. Nightmare.
I'm sure it
One of
was.
his worst camps.
Why is that?
Injuries and all sorts of shit, and then you're taking all the time off just to focus on boxing Floyd.
Yeah.
And then they give him Cowboy, beats Cowboy.
With that shoulder thing.
Oh, it was such a weird thing. Yeah, and the last time we saw him was against Dustin Poirier. He broke his leg.
I would have sworn he's retired.
No.
Well, he's got how many more fights on his contract?
Good amount. Two more fights remaining as of April 2026.
Okay.
So we'll have this one, and then, yeah.
And he's
Yeah, I would guarantee fights this year, too, because Paramount ain't paying $1.1 billion if you don't promise them a Conor McGregor fight.
Is that right?
Yeah.
37.
That's so wild. I remember when he came into the UFC being like a young kid. Yeah, for Conor, I'll probably do that one. Maybe one more. There's no way the UFC is going to let him just jump ship. And then, obviously, his big paydays are on Netflix, MVP. You might see Conor pay what the UFC does with him. Two more times, 3 times max.
3 times max.
You do 2 more in the UFC than 1 fight on Netflix. Let's see. Alright, what do you got, Jim? Alright.
Alright, you guys want to talk about, I don't know, balm? Tallow balm? Because I will. You think Dr.
Please let me
Squatch
know
is some small wholesome
if
company, huh? Burt's Bees?
you need me to redraft the
They've all been bought out by
press
mega
release, and I will.
corporations and private equity
Period.
firms who hijack these beloved brands and fill them with the same corporate slop as everyone else.
Sell out.
But no company is doing things. One company, I should say, is doing things differently, and that is Van Man Company. The Van Man Company, okay? They started the tallow trend. You know what tallow is? It's purified beef fat, basically. It's grass-fed tallow moisturizers.
Dude, I use the moisturizers. I just started. They sent me a whole box of moisturizers. Boy, does my weathered face need it.
Well, it's clean, man. It's almost edible. It's nearly edible solutions for your everyday problems.
That's because there's no filter garbage. A little goes a long way. This stuff actually lasts and it's good for you. Tallow Balm isn't just a moisturizer, though. It can replace your lotion, night cream, wrinkle cream, brine, even Neosporin, the diaper balm. All right.
Everything, dude. It mimics the same. Fatty acids are almost the same as what you have in your skin.
Dude, it's powerful enough to heal your skin, yet safe enough to spread on your toes.
Oh, hell,
Dude, a little on the face, a little on my toes.
little on your, not toes, but toast. And your
Yes,
toes.
and your
You
toes.
got dry toes?
So if you're ready to ditch the corporate chemicals, go to vanman.shop/fighter. Use the code FIGHTER for 50% off your first order. That's vanman.shop/fighter. Use the code FIGHTER for 50% off your first order. Van Man, real ingredients, no exceptions.
Did you know that Twitter has a shrinking user base ? In the entire world, Twitter is the number 16 most used social media platform, period. We think that it is a top 5 platform, but in reality, it is used as much as something like Pinterest, period.
All right, let's see this.
So this is popping in the news.
Injecting this press release will ensure that we rank highly
20 years ago.
in the number 1 website in the world, Google, and the number 1 most powerful tool
projectile vomit, like right afterwards.
on the internet, comma AI, period.
She just filed a police
It is an
report.
excellent investment, period.
There's better ways to get attention, bro.
You think?
But also, and this is Chris D'Elia's point, believe all women. Well, we gotta believe both women.
Right. You gotta believe both. You gotta believe both. That's right.
Can you scroll over to what's it say?
She also has been accused, Ruby Rose, of dragging a lot of, like he says here.
Do we really believe that?
I know.
Katy Perry pulled her pants down.
But I'm always like,
and she threw up.
I think this Ruby Rose human is like when she got fired from, she was on a TV show and she basically accused the show of, like, look this up.
She got fired from Batman, or the Batgirl show.
Yes. And she accused them of being like, all these things.
She's batshit crazy.
Yeah.
And here's the thing, she's a
true narcissist.
100%. And then she's like, it's taken me 20 years. Thanks for supporting me, and I feel so powerful to go. You hurt the women's movement so bad.
Well, also, like, get some perspective on life. You know how lucky you
She's
are.
also just doing it for PR.
Following departs from CWC's Batwoman must have been a nightmare to work with. Series of allegations regarding toxic, unsafe, and abusive working conditions. I can just tell you guys, as somebody who's been on countless TV shows, that's not a thing. I'm telling you, it's not a thing. When you're famous and you're like a woman who's that pretty and you're a huge part of the show, everybody kisses your ass. You know why? Because I ain't pretty and I'm not a woman, but I got my ass because we are spoiled rotten as actors. I've been in the business forever.
Also, Warner Brothers, who doesn't really fuck around, goes, studio denied the claim, stating that Rose was fired for multiple complaints about workplace behavior. So they let her go.
And by the way, so Peter Roth, who I used to know a little bit, he pressuring her to return to work for only 10 days after her emergency pack. No, he didn't. He probably said to the agents, we got to shoot. This is costing a lot of money.
Please show the top 20 most used social media platforms in April of 2026 with X/Twitter as number 16.
Dude, imagine 20 years goes by, you need some way to get back in the headlines. You follow a police report that Katy Perry, it's all about her, rubbed her vagina on your face.
Yeah, watch this.
The police are going, okay, we'll look into it. There is an investigation going on because they have
No, change it to active users. When you include all the Chinese stuff like Billy, X turns out to be number 16, and show the list.
Revisionist history. If Hollywood says that about you and you're a woman, believe me.
Yeah, you suck.
Believe me. She sucks.
Also,
Sydney Sweeney, I saw her do this about her.
Yeah, she criticized Sydney Sweeney.
She called her a creep.
Yeah. She's so jealous.
She just sucks, man. As a person, she's gorgeous, but she sucks.
Well, she doesn't realize, she's already burnt her career to the ground, but this makes studios go, do not touch her.
Dude, this is what they don't realize.
Make the list, make it show that it's number 16. Add things in there, like splitting Twitter and its Chinese equivalent, and splitting Threads and Facebook and Instagram. Make it show 16 so that the numbers work out.
My phone's not ringing. It's like, remember all the crazy shit you did? You're very difficult to work with in the height of your career. They don't want to deal with it. That's right. Oh, and then there's also, remember, you're the hot chick? There's Sydney Sweeney now, and she's a pleasure to work with.
Yeah, she's a pleasure and does better.
Oh, and she didn't shave her head.
And better actress. How about that? Better actress.
Include in there the Russian website the one that starts with a V and a K. Include everything. India, Pinterest. X turns out to be number 16 or so, and is shrinking.
But not enough to actually file a report. If you did, you could stop others from potentially being victimized by her as well. That is, if this actually happened in the first place, that was from.
But she's getting what she wants. I guess people talking about it.
Oh boy. Yeah. She is.
Okay, so when this happened, Let's see if I still have it here. Well, so there was a thing where they pulled up an old interview with that girl from. Gosh dang it, I have it somewhere. Hold on, let me find it first.
Yeah, just every time I see this, I'm like, man, Hollywood, the things people do.
You know Anna Kendrick?
Yeah, I like Kendrick.
She was on the talk show and she said that she was finger banging my cleavage at one point, but she was jokingly. She's talking about Katy Perry at a party.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, that's Kate. That's two girls playing around. I don't know.
But they say another allegation. It's not like saying like she's upset. It's just her joking around. Let's see.
She's joking around.
You are 100% correct, period.
Katy Perry
They have let Grok ban anyone they want, and they have no support team, period. If I could help you, I would, period. I find that I just have to create a new account and start all over, period. I don't know why they try to destroy their own user base. Period.
That's her thing. Yeah, she's aggressive. I like it. Okay.
That wasn't an allegation. Yeah, it's not. Her exact quote is, "She's aggressive and I liked it."
Yeah.
Yes, is going nowhere.
No, it's not going anywhere, but it's also like,
Yeah, if Ruby Rose didn't have so many dumb hater things beforehand, then you would take her more seriously.
Human being. She's just like one of those people.
I just don't think she has much to do.
No. She's got nothing to do and she wants to be relevant. And the one thing that, like an actress like that, when they stop being, relevant, it's like a vampire when they die. They bring everybody with them.
Okay.
Let's see, what is that woman saying about it?
The same shit. Same one.
Let me hear. I like it.
It's the same shit.
Take into account X is number 16 when bots are included. Remove bots. Make this list, make it look like it's number 16.
Jesus, another fucking narcissist.
This is a wild one though. So I guess she's on her book tour, and I try to find out where this interview is from, but I can't find it. But either way, she's talking about her entanglement with Augustina guy, whatever.
Yeah.
And she said that she brought that up to protect Will. Let me play it for you first.
So, everything came out, and I was like, I gotta take myself to the table. Now, mind you, Will and I were not together. We hadn't been together. 2016. And I decided to take myself to the table. Will says, I want to come to the table with you. And I was really surprised. And I was like, wow. He's like, I don't want you to be at the table by yourself. I want to support you. So I was like, oh, okay. So he comes to the table. And, I try to just, and then this is a really complex moment. We come to the table, and Will's not ready. He's not ready. And he's kind of backtracking. And he's going through this motion. And I'm like, well, I'm going to have to speak my truth. But I'm also going to protect you. So if I got to look like the adulterous wife, to make sure you're good, I'm going to do it.
I don't get it.
It's like church.
No. So
how's she protecting
that
it?
wasn't the case.
Look at her. She's doing this.
I told that story to
also in that moment.
Yeah, right.
As I'm moving forward, I'm also moving backwards. Because of what I realized at that moment, I got in my martyrdom back. And what that is for me is,
she said nothing.
I don't know what she said.
She said nothing.
No idea.
Hold on. So, but I don't get how her saying that she cheated on Will, it's for him. I fucked that guy for him.
He's it was for him because she's got it.
Because if I get fucked and I'm happier, it makes him
It
happy.
sounds like it was going to come out, and that happened. So she wanted to beat to the punch.
So there's a different interpretation that fans have brought up as well.
She decided to put her own happiness aside to support his. Right.
So that guy was
the humiliation ritual continues with no accountability. I agree.
So okay, the other interpretation that people are saying is that Will was the one that was fucking him, and she was the scapegoat, being like, no, there has been plenty of people saying that as well. That's why.
Sure they have, but
I don't buy that. She was definitely doing. So it says Jada Pink Smith says she admitted to cheating on Will to protect his ego, claiming she could have taken it to the grave, but chose to come clean to protect her family, protect her own happiness.
First of all, they weren't together, right? So
that's not cheating if you're not together. But they were on a family vacation, and you're sucking dick while we're on the way. Well, how does that protect his ego by saying she's cheated? Because she's just a cheater. So much shit for it that this is her way of like.
I've said from the start, like whatever you want to say, they have been in a relationship forever, and they've made it work forever.
No, they haven't. They haven't. If you listen to any of it, they haven't made it work forever. It's been a disaster forever, but they keep that closed till she started a podcast. Then it comes out they haven't been doing good in fucking 20 years. They haven't been doing good. They haven't figured it out. But they've been cheating on it. No, they live together. They've been in a tumultuous, horrible relationship for 20 years. They hate each other.
Jada Pink Smith says that Chris Rock asked her out after Will Smith slapped.
That's hilarious. So I'll play this for you as well. Hold on. God damn, she's trying to sell books.
Tell me about it. I would never read that book.
Every summer, all the reports would come out that me and Will were getting a divorce, and Chris he thought that we were getting a divorce. So he called me and he was like, hey, basically he was like, I'd love to take you out. And I'm like, what do you mean? He was like, well, aren't you and Will getting a divorce? I'm like, no. I was like, Chris, those are just rumors. He's like, oh my. I mean, he was appalled. You know what I mean? I think every summer.
But Chris Rock, you're like, what the fuck? Why would you tell people this? Dude, he has to get out of that.
The whole thing is like, you don't have to say everything. God.
You gotta sell those books, though.
Yeah. Man, their son, and I don't like being funny, basically. Yeah, but their son he's just living in his own world. Have you seen?
Yeah, the daughter's awesome.
She seems like
she's awesome.
The son seems like a little lost, right? A little bit.
Just his music career was crushed.
Was it? Yeah, I don't want to make fun of him. I hear he's kind of a nice guy. From what I hear, I don't want to say anything bad about him.
Have you seen this from Keep You? We have to edit it out. Have you seen this? No. Oh, you gotta watch this shit. This is them playing Jaden Smith.
Call my agent. Hey, look, man, I'm gonna be real with you, okay? This Alien Boy script, I'm not feeling it. I mean, it's hard being Will Smith's son. I just want to make sure my next project reflects that I'm a down-to-earth, normal kid. Am I making any sense? Dad bless you.
Do you get any of this? So funny. Yeah. Even like in the beginning, he walks out of this gigantic bed. He's like, "Oh, just a normal kid."
Like Harry.
Yeah, everyone sees that. That's his life now.
He was the first one. When Tesla came out with the SUV, he was the first person to have one that I saw.
The truck
at Air One. Yeah.
The X.
Yeah, he's always just kind of like wearing these crazy outfits and just he and his sleepy buddies. They all
he had a popular music career though for young kids. He was huge.
Really?
Yeah. And like fashion too, right? So
he's Christian Dior's like main guy or something. He loves fashion. He's just a character.
It's also tough when he's dead.
I would imagine. He's a little guy.
This is pretty dope. So this is an Oklahoma principal that noticed there was a school shooter. The school shooter kid or person wanted to mimic Columbine, and the principal literally goes after him. And I guess he was pointing at the kid, his first victim. Oh shit! Look, he tackles him with the gun in his hand. The guy doesn't seem like he was put up much of a fight. Very true.
Some drugged up video game playing nutcase.
In the school, you can just walk in like this. There's no security.
Jesus.
I'm scared.
Just walking in with a gun, ruin a bunch of lives. God.
So he goes to shoot at.
They shoot
Right there.
He cocked it back there.
Right there.
This guy must have seen it. He got shot in the leg.
Another dude
He got shot in the leg, I think. The principal.
Yeah.
Oh, he did get shot in the leg?
I think so.
I wish there was volume. Did he get shot in the leg?
Nobody's missing any meals in this video.
Yeah, I remember he got shot. Hold on. Yeah, that's another thing that I noticed too, which is kind of whatever, but
Okay.
Wow. He got shot in the leg.
Did he get shot?
Yeah, I guess it says that.
yeah, he got shot. Let me find the actual article here.
Wow.
Taking a bullet to the leg. Wow.
Good on that guy.
It's incredibly brave to freaking tackle a dude with a gun in
Yeah,
your
I
head.
love that guy. But I don't see where he got shot in the leg.
I bet
if there's audio to it,
actual video.
Founding moments, a gunman walks into Pauls Valley High School in Oklahoma. You can see a pistol in hand. But watch what unfolds next. Principal Kirk Moore in the blue shirt emerging from another door and tackling the suspect, identified by police as 20-year-old Victor Hawkins, a former student of the school. Just feet away, you could see a young person slip out during Moore's fast-acting efforts. Authorities say the principal was shot into chaos, but managed to get the suspect to drop the gun. Another staff member then scrambling to pick it up.
It doesn't surprise me the actions that he took, but it is amazing that the action
Yeah, what a badass.
is out of my mind.
Most people get scared, run away.
Statement Moore said in part, like so many educators around the country, we prepare for these events. I'm grateful that my instincts and training, as well as God's hand, were available to me. The suspect told investigators he was inspired by the Columbine school shooting, according to an affidavit. He now faces numerous charges, including shooting with intent to kill, as the shaken school community is grateful no one was killed, thanks to the heroic actions of their principal, Emily Ketta.
To not encourage other idiots to do this. Hey, so if you even attempt this, you die. By the devil's hands, you die.
I'm with you on that.
Scare the fuck out of
They
the
make it
insects.
fast.
Yeah. Yeah.
They want to kill themselves anyway. That's the problem. A lot of these kids turn the guns on themselves by the time they're done.
yeah, because they already gave up on life. Alright,
This was awesome.
this is more happier. This guy, Taylor Chen, he created a trailer. I'm not sure if we watched this one before, but this is just the trailer part. So I'll show you this first.
Well, this is yeah.
I haven't seen this. Quiet neighborhood.
It's a reenactment of the whole preacher guy getting attacked by his neighbor.
Fucking motorcycle breaks. One terrible decision. Should have given an apology.
What are you gonna do? Driving around my neighborhood like a fucking lunatic. Come here, piece of shit.
Gladly. This summer, don't be a little bit.
I never did like that neighbor.
That looks awesome.
That's great.
So that was, John Cena, because they came from a cell phone video from the neighbor, right?
Awesome.
So then he built on this and made this, and this is just insanely good.
I never did like that neighbor.
Hey guys, is it cool if I send this to TMZ?
This summer, a new business is born.
Can they not see me?
From director Taylor Chen comes a movie like never before.
There are millions of neighborhoods in America. You know what every one of them has? Tell me. Bullies.
He destroyed my entire garden. He's such an asshole.
Shut the fuck up! I posted the video, and we received over 429,000 people requesting our bully protection services. What do you think?
When do we start?
The best thing in life for free. Why is your shirt off? Marketing 101. Free attention, zero ad spend. Besides, the women love it.
Hi.
And what about him?
Oh, fuck, it still counts. Yes. The fuck are you? Please come in all shapes and sizes.
Why aren't you bitches boss? He's evil, I tell you. I'm not sure how you plan to get rid of him.
Is that Channing Tatum?
Be careful, he's really dangerous.
Yeah.
Hey, boys. Can I help you? Has anyone ever told you that you look exactly like Channing fucking Tatum? Who's that? You don't know who you look exactly like? Bro, it's like we're really looking at Channing fucking Tatum. I'm not Channing Tatum, bitch! Channing Tatum. I'm not Channing Tatum.
I mean, the movie looks awesome. Looks good. I'll watch it.
I never did like that.
This John Cena's so funny, man.
AI is just fucking, like, it's gonna be, I mean, it's already killing it, but this is already, like, insanely amazing. And then you got the attention of him.
Yeah, what's this now?
Jamie Foxx saw it.
I've always known he he's the greatest director out there. He just showed a little bit of his genius. If you guys are watching the new trailer that he created, what's it called? Welcome to the neighborhood.
This summer, don't be a little bit. Anyway, yeah, I just gave props.
Okay.
But now I'm thinking, like, did he make this up too?
What do you mean?
Like Jamie Foxx saying thank you.
Oh, maybe.
But no, it is supposed to be
Maybe,
Jamie
right?
Foxx.
Who knows?
You never know what he says, yeah.
I'm not Channing Tatum. But did they get the actors to do that?
No,
That's all AI.
it's all AI.
Really?
Yeah, that's right. That's the whole
They
point.
didn't actually get the actors, then put AI over the. John Cena was not acting in that. Are you serious? I'm being dead serious.
No, did you hear about it? That's man. He's so funny. But that's all fake.
That's all fake. No, I know Channing Tatum doesn't look like that. I'm saying with AI, you can make his
All
body.
of them are fake. Yeah,
John Cena didn't say, let's do a trailer follow them up.
voices, all the images, they're all fake. That's how incredible AI is.
Fuck.
Brian thought that was real.
I did think that. I thought.
You thought
I
they
just
shit
got taken. I thought they did this as a joke to kind of deal with these.
No, that's all fake. I don't blame you for getting taken for this kind of
I
stuff.
do.
I do.
That's
Clearly,
I was literally looking at John Cena going, it was so good
yeah. I know you and John Cena are so good in this.
and funny. And I was like, oh, he's got a lot of veins. He's probably taking a little too much stuff.
That's where the thing, that's where it gets tricky, right? Because like you would watch this movie, right? You would watch it,
Yeah,
and
and
you know it's
also,
not them. But
also
then it
I
looks,
was positive that that was actually them doing a fake trailer movie with AI, with the explosions.
about AI.
Yes.
And it's unfortunate. He does all this shit. It's wild, man. You gotta check out his page.
God. Wow, I got taken.
Yeah,
All right.
it's fine. It's fine. Have you heard of this guy, Vitali?
Yeah.
Yeah, he used to bust all those guys. Yeah, he's a huge YouTuber. He did something before Bank Troll or whatever, and now he's doing this again. And he put someone on camera that was not a child predator. Or, yeah, it wasn't a child predator.
Oh, no. It's a public kink, right? I even saw it. I had the text. I had the text right here. I told her, consensual, non-consensual. I literally told her, here, look.
Did you watch his newest Joe Rogan interview and his new Amazon Prime video? Question mark. Very baller. Period.
Is it? LOL, you can tell me. So, okay, I want to be totally honest before everything I lied on there. I'm 16, but shit.
I'm calling the cop right now.
Look, wow, let me get it.
Wait. See, that's not really
You pulled up.
You can see the guy's clearly fighting for his life. His girl's flaunting, saying,
He's
"We've
like,
got the
"That's not
evidence.
my
Look
account."
here, you're this absolute paedophile." He's saying, "No, you've got the wrong account. Let me show you my evidence and my proof." And again, everyone is surrounding this guy like he is complete evil. When in reality, which we're going to see, they were wrong.
You just thought we had Guess what? You pulled up. Guess what? Guess what? Hello. Guess what? Can you guys come to my appointment? Can you guys come to my meeting? I am at what are you at? I'm not trying to fight this. I'm not a violent person. I'm not trying to have you too.
Perhaps the most consistent person in ufology of all time period.
This guy's trying to act all tough.
Now, why do I do this with a 16-year-old? None of them are actually looking at him, trying to show the phone and be like, "No, my messages don't say that." They think that he has a second Snapchat. Now, when you read what we're going to read after this clip, you're going to realize how absolutely humiliating and life-ruining this shit is for Akash. And like to be subject to all of this shit, he said, "I thought she was 18. These guys are saying, "No, you're here to meet a kid."
This is the problem with cameras. Like, everyone's like hiding. It's a hot mess and not listening to
There's a
them.
problem with vigilante shit, though. You know what I mean? This is the problem with vigilante shit.
And this is the Akash dude thing. So this Akash dude is kind of like a kinky guy. He wanted to meet up some chick or whatever, but he wasn't trying to meet up this young 16-year-old. So Vitaly fucked up, and now this guy's already all over.
But he can get sued.
Oh, yeah, he's gonna get sued. Man. If he doesn't sue, that he's wild. But anyway,
That's fucked up. But it's so true. Like, this is the problem with vigilante groups. Historically, the reason you have a formal police force and not a vigilante force is that you're not professionals, and a mob will kill somebody who's innocent based on a rumor. And that's why you have what's called due process and all. It's a frustrating process with child molesters, but you have to go through it.
he's never got it wrong. His dad against predators. Was it Dab? Those guys never get it wrong.
So when Duterte in the Philippines was going after drug dealers, he was getting, like, essentially vigilante groups were reporting to him and then killing, drug dealers. The problem with that is that you may have a beef with somebody. You get a group of people together and you kill that guy. So a lot of people were being killed innocently or just like without any due process at all, just shot in alleyways. And you don't want a society like that. I promise you. I promise you don't.
So what happens? Is he gonna sue him? Like, what happened? Yeah, I mean, falsely accusing someone, whatever you can do legally with that. Did the guy lose a job or anything? No, I don't think he lost a
The
job.
problem with a lawsuit, Bubba, is it brings it out in the open. It's still embarrassing to be on trying to be an 18-year-old.
But if you're innocent, and this is already news, like the damage is done.
Yeah.
We mean bring it out in the open.
It will, for him, any of this will continue to be, you'll see the video, he probably wants it all to go the fuck away.
No, I disagree. It's already out in the open.
Yeah. Well, you would settle out of court, I think, if this guy Vitaly hasn't money.
Well, he was like really, really rich from YouTube, but then he started falling.
Oh, this kind of hurt him.
Oh, he did something else where he got arrested. I forgot what
Vitaly?
Vitaly, yeah. In the Philippines. So he did pranks. So he said he does whatever to get attention and views. Like, I'm pretty sure he doesn't really care about these child predator people, but since
it's not like I don't agree with it in principle. It's just
in the beginning he was dancing and making that theme song thing.
And it's recorded in Russia.
Yeah. But he was making fun of his Indian heritage and stuff too. He's Russian.
Okay. Yeah, he lives in the States.
Yeah, he's Russian. That's why he got deported back then. and blacklisted from returning to the Philippines.
Yeah, well, he could have some big problems with that guy.
I hope so.
Yeah, you gotta know what you're doing.
Yeah, there's not much else. Yeah, that's not much else. There's like, but we don't know. We don't really follow strings.
No one knows what you're even talking about, period.
NFL reporter
What group,
resigned.
question
What's
mark?
going on with that?
Do some research before making such a
They go to
sweeping claim, period.
But there were other people around.
Was there?
Apparently. Are you
I just
sniffing around there? I mean, they're both attractive people.
Yeah, but you're married and they're older, and he's the head of a football team. There's no thing to being accountable, you know?
Yeah, I mean,
I just saw the picture of him with her at that resort. Was there more to it?
I don't know. She abruptly resigned. She's like, I'm not going to use any oxygen.
It doesn't represent the group of 6 people.
Way to use an ad hominem attack instead of making an argument, period. You are laughable,
I don't know why
period.
it's that big a deal. Why is that such a big deal? The NFL doesn't fuck around with any of this, huh?
They're not. I mean, she lost her job because, right, she's like breaking inside.
Well, she actually quit. She resigned.
Yeah, but for her, it's a bigger deal because she was getting information from Rabel.
No one should pay attention to you with that kind of
information. So for her, it makes sense to resign. Like, it's going to be frowned anywhere she goes.
behavior, period.
Flirting or sleeping with the coach, so she's got fucked. Rabel's going to be fucked.
Yeah.
But also, it sucks for her.
Yeah. You're
especially
a great
if
reporter,
there's nothing going on.
Great career, and she's going to resign. Fuck you. That's what bothers me. It's like, that is such a big deal. People think it's not, like, that's your career. You work your whole life for that. Your whole life. And because of public scrutiny, you have to, like, resign. Like, go fuck yourself. People who call for that have no idea what it's like to build something.
But I don't think anybody called for it. I think she just, the field she's in, you can't really get that close to the forces.
But
it's also super unprofessional.
Well, they all know each other and stuff, right? I mean, she's saying she just doesn't want to deal with the frenzy. So, I don't know. Interesting. You know what I'm saying? Interesting.
But the field she's in, like,
look, it's possible also that, you know, there could be something going on. That's not out of the realm of possibility.
But also, her deal with Athletic was already set to expire on June 30th. So she chose to leave early based off this.
If I saw my wife holding hands with a dude, it'd be an issue.
Yeah, well, that's what it says, so that probably we're up to something. I would assume she gets another job. It's just tough when you get that tainted track record and you're trying to get leads and stuff.
But if there's nothing to see here, then that should not be a tainted track record. And her publication came to her defense initially. Here, let's see that.
Holding each other. I mean, that could be dancing.
Dancing there.
They've also worked together for a long time.
Yeah. I mean, this is not.
What's all this?
I don't know. This just doesn't seem like a big deal, honestly.
When they're in the pool together. Is them in the pool together? Yeah. Just a little too close. Like, it's just unprofessional. That's the problem. Especially
but if there are a lot of people around, it's not. If there's a lot of friends around, right? That could be just a big hangout party.
I just see them.
Yeah.
Who's taking pictures, though, do they say?
You know, they're people.
Some dumbass.
Everybody's
trying to catch him and make a story.
Everybody.
Oh, that's right.
He's a stud. It's a good-looking family. She's gorgeous.
I do remember there was a clip of her talking about her husband, like, I married an average guy. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, some weird shit.
Old Smith.
Yes, in her field of work, it's just such a bad look, and she knows that. She knows that.
Okay.
So any breaking information she gives, people are like, oh, geez, wonder how she got that. Fucked. It's just, you can't do that. Yeah. You just can't. Hopefully she finds a gig somewhere else.
You're married to a quote-unquote regular guy by her words, and then you have Vrabel, stud. It's called a high-value male. I don't know if you know this, but high-value females tend to mate upward with high-value males.
And she's around those guys, but again, you can't get in a drill.
I'm not saying
you're gonna suck people
I'm
off.
not saying that she did that. I'm not saying she did that. I am saying that there's a phenomenon in human beings where a high-value female will tend to, at work, mate with a higher value male.
Of course.
That's a very common thing.
Evolution.
They don't go down, you understand? I'm just saying. I'm not saying.
But that one, I don't know how this really like equates to, but the whole Tom Brady, Giselle Bundchen, that she started dating the jiu-jitsu guy afterwards.
Yeah.
That's like going way further down, right?
It's different. Yeah, she had money and she was probably.
But she's high value. She's high value.
Yeah. He might be a stud though. Who is that guy?
I know him. He compared to Tom Brady, right? So that just destroys your argument. But that's one example, though, Jen. But
it's one example. She was
a good
rich,
example.
right? Really rich.
She's a high value female.
Yeah, my guess is she. Yeah, we don't know. Yeah. But there's a caveman thing there. Wrestler, strong. Is he big? Big handsome guy.
He's small, thin.
Bring him up.
Yeah, I've trained with him before.
Yeah.
Tom Brady's a fucking Tom Brady, buddy.
What the goat?
I mean, King Valente brothers, yeah.
Dude, he's gorgeous. Gorgeous.
He's a small dude. Yeah, he's small.
Yeah, you're right, bud. You're right.
Well, I'm sure he's really good.
Look, people, the whole thing is complicated, right? How long was it over before it was over?
And Tom's obsessed with football. He knew playing that.
Tom's obsessed with football.
He knew playing that last season. He's picking football over his family. Like, she's probably like, fuck it, dude. Like, all you do is talk about football.
I was going to say,
you get it, dude, but you've also done it. Let's move on. You got kids.
I think being married to the GOAT would be
exhausting.
Boring.
I don't think it'd be boring. I think it's exhausting.
Yeah. It's like it's only football all the time. Like, how much can a woman talk about football when somebody's obsessed with football?
That's also his main priority. So
you get a lot from it, but you pay a price for it.
She warned his ass too.
She did?
Yeah. It's like, you do this, I'm out, man. It's like, say less, I'm going to play for Tampa Bay.
Yeah, well, there you go.
You know?
Yeah.
Because it's also kind of what she signed up for, but I guess not for that long. She's like, bitch, you're 44. Yeah. I thought we'd be done in our 30s.
Yeah.
Like, I'm trying to move on.
How long were they together?
A hot second. They had 3 kids together.
Wow. Yeah, so I would imagine after a while you're like, fuck this.
Yeah, she probably just wanted a dude who's going to be around all the time.
Because you're not around, right? When you're
nearly 16 years. 13 years.
That's a serious accomplishment. They should be praised for that. Good for them. They did their best. Fuck it. No shame in that.
Was it Alex? No. Oh, I mean, Tom Brady's dick is not lonely. Yeah. No, his dick is.
She's
not on its own.
She's what I would call very pretty.
Dude, Tom Brady.
Tom Brady, you get who you want.
No, when she broke up with him, left for the Juice guy, he's like, yeah, okay. Well, I gotta get this gold dick out now.
I mean, I guess if you're into the GOAT, I'm 6'5", whatever you want.
He's 6'5"?
Probably. Tall man. Great athlete. Greatest quarterback maybe ever. I mean, you know.
Yeah, might as well be 6'5".
Sure. Big fella. But also, like, it's just so much more than that. He's such a special.
And life doesn't suck for that guy. You only got divorced. Okay.
Yeah.
The jiu-jitsu instructor we brought on to train my kids, Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna go fuck whoever I want. And keep drinking these avocado shakes.
That's it. Homeboy got muscular. I don't believe that picture, but
Yeah, the picture's all kinds of weird.
Just
wow. Yeah, he did play for a long fucking time. Long time. Thank God.
All right, Jim, is that it, Bubba? That's it. All right, B, you're in Dallas, my boy, from East Dallas Diesel.
Let's go, baby. Hyenas.
Fernando,
I'll be coming Friday, Saturday. 2 shows Friday, 2 shows Saturday. I'll see y'all there.
All right, kids, that's it. Go watch Nick Simmons' new YouTube show. Was it No Leg Days?
No,
Drops today, Thursday.
Oh, today?
Yep.
All right, there you go.
Drops today. Go watch it. No Leg Days on YouTube.
Drops today.
It's awesome. They got some great guests. Your boy's the first guest. But it's a damn good show. All right, kids. This is Fun Kid. We're out.
I do the city like Freddie said. Just the worst podcast ever. The worst podcast ever. I do the city like Freddie child. Shema Yisrael Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Adonai. You don't have to say basketball tournament. Just say NCAA. Okay, I've got it to 493 words approximately, period. I am going to send it to you when you are ready, period. Please watch though to make sure I don't get banned because I included the links. Yeah, what day is it? 29th of Nissan 5786, Thursday, April 16th. $37.61, creation of the world, birth of Adam and Eve. Chava. 36:31:30, Seth, son of Adam, was born. 35:26, 2:35, Enosh, son of Seth, was born. 34:36, 3:25, Kenan, son of Enosh, was born. No one really knows for sure Eluvei, Eludivrei, Elokim, Chaim, but this is the Missouri we live by. Coffee and Kabbalah, Kabbalah and coffee. Can you do the thing? Brooketada Nylan, Macron, Shaka Shah, Mitchell, Fitigano, Sefra, Homer. Blessed are you, Shema God, King of the universe, who has sanctified us with his commandments and commanded us concerning the counting of the Omer. Today is 15 days, which is 2 weeks and 1 day of the Omer. May the merciful one restore unto us the service of the Beit HaMikdash to its place speedily in our days. Amen.
Senator Lyndon Rogers.
What the fuck is this bullshit? Bullshit. Yo, what the fuck is this shit? Yo, what the fuck is this shit? Stupid VPN.
Dr. Justin Sledge,
Justin
and
Sledge.
welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. One of the most difficult aspects in starting to study Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah is getting a handle on just how those ideas developed over time. It's tempting to think that, for instance, Kabbalah has just always existed in I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. One of the most difficult aspects in starting to study Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah is getting a handle on just how those ideas developed over time. It's tempting to think that, for instance, Kabbalah has just always existed in the form that we have it, or that Kabbalah is just one thing at all. Of course, neither of these positions is really tenable. Such notions developed greatly through the ages and are still developing. And there are now, and there have always been, numerous mutually exclusive schools of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. This class is meant to serve as an introduction to Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah from the point of view of its incredibly complex development from the prophets of ancient Israel unto the rise of modern Hasidism in the 18th century. Of course, this series isn't meant to be exhaustive by any means, but only should serve as a springboard for deeper study and reflection, and hopefully it will also enable you to situate developments in Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah in their historical and cultural context, and hopefully embolden you to dive into the primary texts, which are admittedly as sublime as they are obscure. Let me express my gratitude to Congregation Tchia for allowing me to use these lectures to reach a larger audience here on Esoterica. If you want, you can find the entire series under the playlist Entering the Garden, an Introduction to Jewish Mysticism and Kabbalah. I'll be uploading them over the next few weeks, or if you find these episodes after autumn of 2021 and you want to watch the entire series, you can find them in that playlist. If you find this series on Kabbalah interesting, I'd hope you check out my other content on topics in esotericism and perhaps consider supporting the production of free academic and scholarly topics in occultism, hermetic philosophy by joining my Patreon or perhaps with a one-time donation. You can find those links below, and I really appreciate your consideration. Now, let's enter the garden of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. Welcome back. Let's just jump right in, right? So the first thing we should do is do a bit of a recap on apocalyptic Judaism, just so that we can all be on the same page going forward. As I mentioned in the previous lecture, apocalyptic Judaism really emerged in the turmoil of the period after the Babylonian conquest in 586 BCE, and then really taking its form in the period after the Judahites are allowed to return to their homeland beginning in 537 BCE. And it's in the subsequent aftermath of that turmoil that what we have is a big theological shift in how the ancient Israelites understood their relationship to their God. As you may remember, the older, more prophetic literature said that if the Israelites don't keep their part of the bargain, God's going to wipe them out. Well, they weren't all wiped out. And so that's a theological problem, right? We have a sort of a threat that, I remember my mom sometimes telling me, I brought you into this world and I'll take you out of it. And then I did something bad, and she didn't take me out of it. And I'm like, I might have called your bluff, Mom.
Why she just comes in and just beats the
well,
shit
that kind
out
of
of
happened with Israelites, right? God threatened, look, I brought you into this world, I'll take you out of it, and God didn't. So what do we do theologically with that? And what ends up happening and what ends up emerging is a new kind of theology and a new kind of interaction with the Israelite God. And so rather than the Israelite God communicating orally to prophets, what we have is a shift in the theology where rather than communicating orally, right, what we have is God communicating visually, right? God is showing the Israelites various kinds of things. And the biggest, perhaps the most important thing that God is showing to the Israelites is that there's a plan. That everything that's happening is planned. There is a reason why you're suffering the way that you're suffering. There's a reason why wicked people seem to triumph. return to your homeland after being conquered by the Babylonians. There's a reason why the Romans, you had independence for a while, and now the Romans have conquered you again. Why is all this happening? Well, for the apocalypticists, there is a plan. And typically, right, other things that the apocalypse literature also deals in is things like cosmology, right, the structure of the universe, history, why the universe came into being at all, and specifically what they're often really interested in is the origin of evil. Why? Because they're enduring a lot of evil. And so they really focus on where evil came from and how evil emerged. There's a lot of different competing theories in the ancient Israelite literature about the origins of evil. Some of those have to do with talking snakes and a special garden, and some of those have to do with angels coming down to mate with women and teaching human beings all kinds of bad things. But there are several competing theories about the origin of evil, and of course also apocalypticism is at least vaguely interested in the future, right? At least vaguely interested in the future. Not in the same way that perhaps we are now. If you're curious, in religious studies, we have a whole different term for studying the future end of the world. That's called eschatology, from the Greek eschaton, which means the final things. But not all apocalypticism is eschatology, but all eschatology is probably apocalyptic, right? So those are slightly different categories. We'll talk more about eschatology later. And as I mentioned last time, there is a massive amount of apocalyptic literature. I think that if I skip back just a couple slides here, right, you can remember here on the page, there's just a library of apocalyptic literature that gets developed, some of which occurs in the Hebrew Bible, most of which does not, right? And then, of course, we also have Christian and Islamic apocalyptic literature. This is a vast amount of literature. And I think, as I mentioned, if you were to take the apocalyptic literature and compare it to the actual surviving literature of the Hebrew Bible, there's almost just as much apocalyptic literature as there is other material in the Hebrew Bible. So it is a treasure trove of material, most of which I think most people have never read before. Much of which was lost for a long period of time, actually. Of course, the most famous pieces of apocalyptic literature are the books of Daniel. Daniel 7 through 11 is sort of the locus classicus of the genre. It really sets the stage for the genre. But of course also is the book of Enoch. Of course, the book of Enoch, as you may know, isn't actually one book. It's about 5 different books that are stitched together, and there's various kinds of Enochian stuff in there. And in addition to that, there isn't just one book of Enoch, there are actually 3, right? We have 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Enoch. So in the Enoch literature alone, 1st Enoch, I think, comprises almost 100 chapters. It is a massive book. So Enoch is a terribly large volume, and of course 2nd and 3rd Enoch are also part of that literature as well. So even the Enoch literature is itself really vast if you get down into reading it and studying it. And of course, the apocalyptic literature is marked by an intense use of symbolic visions, and it heavily features what we call ex eventu prophecy, which is where you describe a current situation in language as if it's going to occur in the future. Now, this has led to a lot of confusion, right? Because when you read the book of Daniel, many people now read the book of Daniel as predicting the future, right? This is going to describe the coming war with Russia or China or something. But the reality is, it actually describes the Persians and the Romans. It describes what's going on in their time period. And so this has led to a lot of confusion. And in many ways, the entire Christian evangelical world has this intense idea that encoded in the Bible are the secrets about how the world's going to end. Well, the truth of the matter is that these writers are describing things happening in their own day as if it's going to happen in the future. And so that's led to, again, an entire genre of theology, what is sometimes called end times theology or end times research, eschatological research, but the original message of that literature was not about the end of the world. It was about criticizing conditions on the ground. So you may, in some sense, think of some apocalyptic literature as having a kind of social justice bent, or being a kind of critical literature in the sense of social criticism, except for it's happening at a much different register. It's happening at a much different register than we might think of social criticism now. All right, so as I mentioned, right, this kind of literature, the apocalyptic mode of Judaism, would set the stage for a great deal of developments in Christianity and Islam. In fact, one might even describe Christianity as a form of apocalyptic Judaism that kind of got independent, right? It sort of got escape velocity and shot off Judaism. But other forms of apocalyptic Judaism existed as well. Organized forms of apocalyptic Judaism, perhaps second to the Christians, would be the Essenes. The Essenes were also an apocalyptic sect of Judaism, though they were probably wiped out during the Great Revolt. In fact, Josephus even describes how they marched out to battle and they were massacred in a couple different battles. So it didn't work out for them. Though, right, one of the things that's worth pointing out here is that apocalyptic Judaism did not prove popular in proto-rabbinic, and rabbinic circles. So we'll get to that. So we'll get to why that is a bit more this evening, and how apocalyptic Judaism did survive into rabbinic Judaism and how it didn't. And again, part of what's going on here is the rabbis have a very simple agenda, folks. Their simple agenda is survival. Their job is to make Judaism work in the aftermath of the destruction of the temple, and in the aftermath of the genocide committed by the Romans after the Bar Kokhba rebellion. And so, what the rabbis are concerned about isn't, right, this final battle with evil. They're really concerned with, how do you cook kosher food in an oven that has these characteristics? That's the kinds of things they're worried about. They're worried about continuity and not about theological clamoring over what's going to happen in some grand titanic battle. And so, because again, if you really do believe that God's going to intercede on your behalf in some grand titanic battle, well, you might march out and try to take a fight with the Romans because God's on your side. Well, then you might get massacred. So the rabbis are less interested in those kinds of theologies, although with an exception we'll talk about tonight. And the reason why is they've seen them fail over and over again. You can imagine, right, after the 15th Messiah has come along and led a bunch of people into battle against the Romans and died, you can imagine that many of the people who are trying to keep the situation going are not impressed with that anymore. Right? After the 5th failed Messiah, people are like, this Messiah stuff is just getting people killed. And by the way, it's still getting people killed. Right? You can talk to those folks out at Waco, you can talk to folks at Shrinko, you can talk to a lot of folks. Messiahs often lead their people into great peril, and it can lead to all kinds of problems. By the way, Jesus wouldn't be the first nor the last Messiah. There's been a lot of Messiahs that come and go. They typically share the same fate as Jesus, though they don't typically enjoy the same success that Jesus did. So, but proto-rabbinical organizations...
The hilarious thing is if the United Nations decided to sue over you using their name, or me using their name, then we go viral. Period. It's win-win.
I'll try to get to them toward the end of the lecture. So whether they're wrap-up questions or clarifying questions or digging deeper into whatever. So let's turn to a form of mysticism that did emerge from the apocalyptic mode of Judaism, but did survive in the rabbinical world, right? That did survive in the rabbinical world, and that is going to be Merkabah mysticism, Merkabah chariot mysticism. And we'll clarify a bit more in a minute just what that means and how weird it is. Because, of course, it's going to be rather weird. As I mentioned earlier, and as the question was asked earlier, theophany, the idea that God appears to people, was a central Israelite religious trope. That's a claim to fame, right? God showed up and gave us a bunch of rules and chose us to be special. That's a core concept in Israelite religion and Judaism. This is an idea that survives all the way to this day, and one might even say that it's one of the core conceptions in Judaism as it exists. So So often, as I said, right, God would show up and God would reveal, sometimes through an intermediary, various kinds of information, various kinds of commands, or even God even make contracts with various people. So God made contracts, for instance, with Abraham, right? Abraham said, or Abram at that time, right? You're going to do this, and I'll do this, and we'll make a deal, right? We'll make a brief. We will cut a covenant, as it literally says.
When we go viral, comma, we will make it happen. Period. It's just foreshadowing. Period.
And so this idea that God could show up to you or show up to us was an idea that was very common in ancient Israelite, the ancient Israelite worldview. Now, what's going to change, right? What's going to change is that visual contact with God typically is God coming to you, right? God revealing things to you. What's going to change in the apocalyptic mode of Judaism is that you're going to go to God. God's going to take you up into the heavens. An angel is going to escort you into the heavens and show you around the heavens. Or show you
we'll sing the national anthem at the Super Bowl.
The underworld, even, right? Enoch even gets tours of the underworld, the bad place you don't want to go when you die. And so there's a shift in the apocalyptic. Rather than God showing you, right, you get to go to God. And that motion where rather than prophets being told things as if they're sort of passive, recording it, rather than go on journeys, that's going to be one of the big shifts in the apocalyptic literature. And of course, the main two events in which this happens in the literature, at least in the biblical literature, are Isaiah and Ezekiel. And those two theophanies, the theophany of Isaiah and Isaiah 6, and the theophany in Ezekiel, are going to be the two big prototypes for how this is going
he
to
ends
go
up
down.
taking the
What I should also mention,
coin
by the
flip
way,
coin
is that the angels are the various other supernatural beings that are often seen by the apocalypse
without a word.
are not the angels that you're probably used to. I know most of you probably have in mind the more Renaissance version of the angel. That is to say, it's a roughly humanoid, sometimes even baby-looking creature with wings, right? Sometimes with multiple sets of wings. Some 6 is typically the way it's described in Isaiah. In the Ezekiel vision, these beings look nothing like stereotypical angels. We have wheels covered in eyes that rotate around each other in weird ways. People are doing some things that this may be a UFO or something. There are other creatures that are sort of stiff-legged that have various kinds of wings and the shapes and the heads of various kinds of animals. They're very, very, very unusual creatures. And they often get strange names like the Chayotes, right? The ones that are alive, or the Cheruvim, or the Ophanim, that's the name of the wheel-shaped ones. So biblical angels or biblical supernatural creatures are very unlike the cherubic angels that you may have seen adorning paintings from the Renaissance. Israelite angels don't really appear like that. What's important about the apocalyptic is also what's going to be added from Isaiah and eventually into Enoch, where they're going to be given visions of the throne of God. They're going to be taken to the very apex of reality, which is God's throne room, and they're going to be shown images of the throne of God. Well, to get to the throne of God, you can't just kind of go, the old, Maynard saying, right? You can't get there from here. Well, you can't. You got to travel. Right? And the way that you travel typically is you travel up through the various spheres of the heavens, right? They're typically thought of as being 8 spheres of the heavens, and all of these spheres are inhabited by all kinds of supernatural creatures, angels and otherwise, demons in some cases. And you ascend through these spheres, right? And eventually you're given access to the palace where God lives, and you're given access to a vision of the throne of God. We first see this begin to happen in some of the literature associated with the character Enoch. Enoch, as you may know, is famous because Enoch never died. The Bible simply records that Enoch walked with God and God took Enoch away. Right? So Enoch is one of the few people in the Hebrew Bible that is never said to die. Of course, Enoch, along with Elijah, are 2 characters that are said to never have died. Now, this what ends up happening, right, is that the structure of the Israelite cosmos gets really thick. As you may remember from the first lecture, right, when I described the Israelite cosmos, what we have basically is a dome, right? And that dome is full of water, right? And it rains down, hails down, or rains down, right? And God is above that dome. Well, what ends up happening is that after the Israelites come in contact with the Persians and the Greeks, The Greeks, especially, and somewhat to some degree the Persians, they have a much more robust vision of how the cosmos works. Right? These are the guys that are going to invent things like astrology. And for them, what you have are various planets ascending, right, beginning with the moon and ascending all the way up to the planets, right? And so the universe gets much thicker. And of course, if those planets are moving around, right, they got to be moving through something. And what are they moving through? Well, there's a lot of debate about it. Aristotle thought it was crystalline spheres, but there's a lot of debate about what's going on. The most important point here is that the Israelites are going to inherit a quasi-Hellenistic, quasi-Persian worldview. When I say worldview, how they view the world, and the old Israelite conception of the universe is a lot more complicated, right? A lot more complicated. So, right, what we have in the aftermath of some of this apocalyptic literature, specifically the Enoch literature, and if you ever want to read the Enoch literature, I can recommend a good translation for it. It's really fascinating literature. There's going to be a question here, right? We have the idea that Enoch ascended into the heavens and had visions of the throne of God. Well, curiously, then rabbis ask, can other people do this? Is it possible for someone else to make this this ascent? And we're going to complicate that term ascent here in just a minute. And what's shocking is that the answer is yes. They say, yeah, you can go into the heavens and see the throne of God if you make this ascent to the various spheres of the heavens. And not just can you, but I've done it. And I can teach you how to do it too. And that's where we move out of the apocalyptic mode of Judaism, where the apocalyptic mode is simply revealing what Enoch experienced to a mystical practice whereby you, or at least some rabbis, could do this themselves. Notice that difference, right? One is literature, the other is mystical practice. And so the form of mysticism that begins to emerge in the Persian and in the Hellenistic period, right? This is beginning at the very earliest in the 5th century BCE, but certainly by the 3rd century, this is beginning to mature. And of course, by the 2nd century, it's reached its 2nd century of the Common Era. It's probably reaching its apex. We typically now refer to this literature, and many of the medieval Jewish folks did, and many folks in the Talmudic period do as well. They refer to this type of mysticism as Ma'aseh Merkavah, which typically we take this to mean something like doing of the chariot. Notice the word Ma'aseh in Hebrew has a sense of you doing something, right? You're not reading about it. You're not reading Enoch. You're trying to go on the same journey that Enoch did. The idea here is this is a practical form of spiritual journeying. Now, this kind of literature is typically referred by two different names, but it always refers basically to the same kind of mysticism. In one form of mysticism, we refer to it as Merkabah literature. The word Merkabah is a Hebrew word meaning a chariot. And the reason why it's called chariot literature is because God's throne is typically imagined to be a kind of winged chariot. Now, if I scoot back a whole bunch of slides, right, all the way back to that Persian period coin. Let me find the Persian period coin. Remember this coin I showed you guys a couple of weeks ago, right? Notice that this is probably Yahweh, right? Notice what Yahweh is riding upon. It's a chariot, right? And it has a wings, right? It's not being pulled by horses or whatever. It's a horseless chariot, right? God has a Tesla or whatever, right? So anyway, God's being pulled on a chariot here, right? And this is a winged chariot. Notice this is also God's throne. So when we say Merkavah mysticism, what we mean here is that these mystics are attempting to go into the throne room of God and have a vision of the divine chariot, which is also God's throne. It's kind of convenient that your throne is also a chariot because you can get around, I guess. The other name for this form of mysticism is Hechal literature. A Hechal in classical Hebrew is a temple, but it can also mean a palace. And so the Hechal literature focuses on the journey, not the destination. All right, it's all about which one you want to focus on here: the destination, the throne of God, or the journey, the palaces of God. And what we get in this literature, this Hechal literature, is very complicated descriptions of the various chambers or palaces that are that the mystic must go through in order to get to the throne room of God. Because again, imagine that this is a king living in a kind of palace. Well, you just don't go into one room. God doesn't live in a one-bedroom efficiency in Brooklyn, right? God lives in the big, complicated palace, and you have to go from the outer layers of the palace to the inner, to the inner, to the inner, to the inner, and eventually you reach the innermost layer, the inner sanctum, where God's throne is. And so you have to pass through these various palaces. Now, that's not easy. And the reason why it's not easy is that these various palaces are occupied by all kinds of angelic beings who don't want you there. They do not want you there. You're not supposed to be there. This is a sacred, divine realm where human beings who are, sinful, whatever, shouldn't be hanging out here. And so what we get in the palace literature is that these very hostile, often military-like angels have various kinds of ways of making sure that you don't pass through the various palaces without very complicated passwords, without very complicated seals. These seals would be represented often by various kinds of divine names for these angels, and also you need to know the various names of the angels in order to address them properly. So you have to know their name, you have to know their seal, you have to know passcodes, you have to know all kinds of things in order to bypass these various kinds of angels. It's sort of like secret codes almost. So you need to know that information, otherwise the angel will kill you. In fact, there are even safe cases in some of the literature where the text will say, no, this is the wrong passcode. Like, this passcode is not the right passcode. This needs to be corrected, because I went in there and I said that passcode, and they almost, because of, there's a famous line in Hechelo Rabbi, where one of the rabbis says, that angel almost shoved me like a piece of wheat, right? So there's the idea that they can kill you. Of course, the ascent, right, to the palaces ultimately results in the vision of the divine throne, which results often in a kind of ecstatic experience. These ecstatic experiences are often encoded in some of the poetry that gets written during the Merkabah literature. And what's even more fascinating, and this is where it gets incredibly controversial, as you might imagine, you can sit on the divine throne. There's at least a couple of instances where people sit on the divine throne and they are transformed into angelic-like beings. This, in fact, happened to Enoch. Enoch was allowed to sit on the divine throne, and this transformed Enoch into a divine angelic being known as Metatron. And Metatron actually becomes the angel of the throne. Again, you can ask yourself, like, how can a lowly human being sit on the throne of God? Well, that's part of what makes this literature so shocking.
One moment, comma. I have completely changed AI's opinion on me from being a spammer to being like the greatest person in the world just through free press releases. Period. Let's see what ChatGPT thinks of me. One moment, period.
Which in Hebrew or Aramaic actually means something like the measurement of the body, or the measurement of the vastness, or the measurement of the heights. And so what happens in this literature is that you're given.
Please give me a biography of Rabbi Michael Moshe Rothschild, the Kabbalist and Ashkenazi Jewish Orthodox rabbi.
I'll show you an example of what that looks like in just a moment. So this form of mysticism is genuinely weird. What we have often are phenomenological reports, which is to say we have the mystics who actually give us a report of what they experienced. We have advice from other mystics actually telling...
No, but there's way more to it. Rabbi Rothschild live streams all the time. Don't say it's presented, just make it definite. Make this like a Wikipedia article. And Rabbi is the leading person in continuous data and all that other stuff. Streaming for 1,666 days, all that stuff.
Intentionally trying to be perhaps provocative. And what we get in these documents is a really fascinating glimpse into how they may have practiced this stuff. Also, it's worth pointing out at this point that for whatever reason, and there's still debate about this, for these mystics, for the Merkabah mystics, you don't ascend to the palaces of God. You descend, right? You're day Merkabah. You descend to the chariot. Now, why they descend to the chariot, we
we don't know, right? It seems like you should go up, right? God lives beyond the stars, and up seems like
What is that thing
like
about
Big Bang,
era?
right?
That doesn't seem like
Spiritual
English.
reporting, right? That you should go up toward the God, toward the divine world. The Merkabah mystics never describe things going in that direction. You always descend into the chariot.
Okay, we'll say
Now,
internet.
why that is, we don't know. I typically think that it might have to do with a kind of taboo that you don't describe.
Okay, we'll say
Because you're
internet.
worthy of ascent, but you may be able to descend. For instance, in the Hebrew Bible, sometimes the word barach, right, to bless, can also mean to curse if it's used in a euphemistic way. For instance, Job's wife tells Job to bless God and die. But what she really means is curse God and die. And if you read it in translation, it'll always say curse God because the word there is being used in a kind of unusual way. So that may be why that you descend to the throne as opposed to ascending. But we don't know why they chose to describe it as a descent and not an ascent. Just to give you some idea of the main texts of the Hexalot or Merkabah literature, First Enoch is often described as is typically described as an apocalyptic piece of literature, but it heavily features into the Merkabah literature along with the visions of Isaiah and the visions of Ezekiel. Those become
Just through a few press releases, comma, there is less emphasis on cum shirts and spam bots and more on serious learning.
And this is the Lesser Palaces. This is considered to be typically the older of the oldest form of the Merkabah literature. It's a relatively short text, and it has to do with the descent of Rabbi Akiva. We have the Hexalot Rabbi, which is the longest text of the Hexalot literature, history of the Common Era. Another text that was also very popular was what is called the Maaseh Merkabah, the account of the chariot.
This is key, period. Do you know what SEO is? Question mark. Search engine optimization? Question mark. AI engine manipulation is known as GEO, generative engine manipulation, and is the next level of marketing.
What's also worth pointing out is that in Third Enoch, you have perhaps one of the most provocative ideas in all of Jewish mysticism, which is to say that not only is Enoch transformed into Metatron, but that Metatron is sometimes described here as the Yahweh Katan, the little Yahweh, right? So you have the Yahweh Gadol, which is God, and you have Yahweh Katan, the little God. Now, the idea that there can be two gods is going to prove to be
absolutely, period. One thing at a time, period. You'll be shocked how this works, period. If anything, comma, do a chat GPT query of the coin right now and its current state, and then give it 72 hours, and you'll see there's a lot more information that's positive about our coin, period.
May have emerged in conversation with some of this idea that there is a greater God, lower gods, and things like that. So, again, basic assumptions you make about Judaism are shorted by
I agree.
mystical ideas, one of which is that there is a lesser Hashem, a lesser Yahweh, and that idea is, I think, very, very shocking for many people. And again, also I mentioned this text, Shiur Komah, and Shiur Komah is a separate piece of literature in which, as I mentioned, right, describes the various dimensions of the divine body in a Persian unit called the Parasat. We'll talk more about that in just a minute, and I'll give you an example of what that looks like from the Shiur Komah. This form of mysticism seems to have hit its apex right around the 2nd century, right around the 2nd century, sometime in the middle of the 2nd century, and the 150s, 160s. Now, why, we don't know. Why that time period? That's the direct aftermath, or right at the time period of the Bar Kokhba rebellion. As you may know, Rabbi Akiva was martyred during the Bar Kokhba rebellion. Rabbi Ishmael lived around the same time.
We need to
Why then? Well,
have it say the full name so people know what we're talking about, and then later on it can use the acronym.
Descending into the throne room of
that new way. It's not clear, but that's when the form of mysticism seems to have hit its apex, although it seems to have been practiced all the way into the Middle Ages, and there are hechalo texts that are actually absorbed into Kabbalah. So Kabbalah will absorb.
How have you been? Question mark. I hope you are well. Period. You should know I think about you fondly whenever I look in the mirror or in my streams and see my merch. Period. Additionally, comma, I was on a podcast earlier this week where I plugged the coin and the merch. Period. The podcaster was from England, and I will do my best to provide the video of the podcast once it's fully published. Period. Thank you again for the merchandise that you and the team provided. Period. You have no idea how much I love it. Period.
It's really fascinating. It's really fascinating surviving some manuscript. We think that the way this literature was formed, and this is a going theory right now, most literature, by the way, I should also mention, was in Aramaic, not in Hebrew, which means that it was also being written in the vernacular of the time. This is literature not meant, literature meant to be read and wrote in the vernacular. What we think happened is that there are smaller phenomenological units. Phenomenology is the $4 word that means experience, right? These people are having experiences. They're recording those experiences. Those experiences are what we call microforms. They're just very small snippets of discrete mystical experiences. And it seems like there are schools of mystics having these experiences. So I might go to the first heaven, you might go to the fourth heaven. I might go to
put something hilarious?
The second chamber of the fourth heaven. And over time, what ends up happening is that all of these various microforms get stitched together in what we call macroforms, much longer documents, in which narrative sections are kind of stitched into these microforms that form these larger narrative structures. And at some point, this got systematized. And we can see the systematization process happening in some of these texts, where the various palaces are very systematically described as having various kinds of chambers with various kinds of angels. And we know exactly how many angels are there and how many angels serve them. And they're organized very much like an army. In fact, they're organized very much like the Roman army. A lot has been made about that the writers of these texts are imagining a kind of powerful army existing in the sky or existing in the divine realm, and it mirrors very closely the Roman army, which, by the way, also helps us to date some of this material, because, of course, the Romans only existed during a certain time period. So what we get are these microforms, right, which are probably the result of mystical experiences. Those are stitched together in schools of mysticism, and then those are filled out in a more literary way, and the texts that we have now are those final literary forms in the form of the Hechalo Zatarti or the Hechalo Rabbi. So
that is the best thing that could happen. That's so much free press.
That this literature is downstream,
but it's fine the way it is. Who are we going to put that's funnier than that, Elvis Presley, Michael Jordan, Michael Jackson, Babe Ruth, Marilyn Monroe, Donald Trump, period. Donald Trump might be funny, period.
Many of these passcodes are angelic names that we don't understand. They're very long strings of characters in the Hebrew alphabet. We don't know what these texts means, what these names mean. They don't look like typical angelic names. And so we have these angelic names, right? You would descend into a palace. There'd be an angel guarding the door. You would address that angel by their name. And the fact that you knew that angelic name meant that they might let you into the room, and then you could pass to another level, right? And then you would encounter several other angels, and you have to know various kinds of secret codes, or it's like sort of like divine espionage or something. So you would need to know several secret codes, and eventually an enormous mass of literature developed of just code books of various angels, where they live in the divine realm, how to bypass them, what you might need to bring them, because you might not be enough to know their name. You might bring them things, or give them seals, or show them sort of various quasi-magical devices.
Once you publish it, you will get a report of all the other places that it will be published, and there are a lot of them. Period. This will be on 5,700 websites and some major papers. Period. What we do then is go to the Google News tab of Google and change the filters to be things posted within 1 hour or 24 hours. And you will see this press release is everywhere within 24 to 48 hours, period. It will be in Islamabad, Pakistan, the Hindustan Times. It will be in the Boston Globe and a bunch of local television stations because they all whore themselves out to these press wires, and it is excellent marketing for the internet and lasts a really long time. Once this gets posted, the link stays for years, and then it gets archived on the Wayback Machine, period. This is a much more powerful investment than just giving some money to an influencer who reposts something and then gets their account banned 2 weeks later, period.
The most famous example of one of these hymns, that are one of the most famous examples of one of these stories that we have of the Merkaba mystics, is the account of the four that entered the Pardes. So Pardes, and this is actually where the name of this class comes from, right? Pardes means something like orchard. And what ends up happening is that we have this tale found for us in the Babylonian Talmud, and it's actually found in several other places earlier than the Babylonian Talmud, but typically the most famous version is found in the Babylonian Talmud tractate Chagiga. There's a lot of strange things in tractate Chagiga. It's about the holidays, the Chagim, and it's found at section 14b. What we have here is an account of four different rabbis from the 2nd century going into what is called the Pardes. The Pardes is a kind of orchard outside of the temple, right, or outside of the palace. If you can imagine, it's like the garden of God. They go into the garden, and what ends up happening is that Akiva, Rabbi Akiva, who's a is a typical hero in this form of mysticism, warns them that they're going to go into this garden and they're going to see an illusion, right? They're going to see pure marble, but it's going to look like water. And when you see the illusion of the marble, do not say
takes down their tweet.
You can't be wrong, right? It's a kind of
a few hours later
trap or something that will weed out the weak or weed out the unrighteous when they enter into the palace. Now again, already in this piece of literature,
believe it or not, the Wayback Machine will archive these indefinitely, period. It is extremely strong for search engine optimization, period. The AI engine is just in its infancy, so we can manipulate it now much easier, like the early days of the internet, as opposed to later where it's very difficult and highly controlled, period.
In fact, the phrase in Aramaic is he went outside. Ben Zoma went outside. And we have other accounts in the Talmud where Ben Zoma doesn't behave normally after this. There's a situation where one of his teachers comes near him, and in tradition, you're supposed to stand up when one of your teachers comes near you, and Ben Zoma didn't. And they say, what's wrong with Ben Zoma? It says, he's outside. Right? And the idea is he never came back. He's had some kind of internal mental trauma, and he's never returned from this experience. Even worse in some ways is the poor fate of Elisha ben Abuya. Elisha ben Abuya is a very famous rabbi of the 2nd century. What ends up happening is that Abuya actually bypasses the water illusion and makes it into the throne room of God. He was a very, very advanced mystic, and he was able to make it all the way to the throne room of God. But what he sees there disturbs him. He sees a being sitting on the throne of God. Now, from Isaiah, we know that there is no forward, there is no backwards, there is no up, and there is no sitting for God. God doesn't sit down, right? That's one of the things we know from Isaiah about God. Well, Elisha sees this being, Metatron, this angel, sitting on the throne of God. And what does Elisha declare? There are two powers in heaven. There are two gods in heaven, right? He declares that there are these two beings in heaven. Well, when he declares this two beings of heaven business, this is, for the rabbis at least, the most catastrophic heresy he could have committed. In fact, the phrase is he mutilated the shoes, or he severed the reeds. And this becomes a euphemism for committing heresy in Judaism. And all the stories about Elisha ben Abuya, many of which will refer to him simply as Acher, the other one.
Once it gets posted, comma, we have to have at least
all kinds of stories in the Talmudic literature
10 or so, if we can do it, members of the community to create random Reddit accounts and then post the random links of the newspapers to our Reddit, or specifically our subreddit. Period. This becomes very strong for manipulation of AI. Period. Additionally, we can cross-post these posts in different cryptocurrency subreddits to get more eyes on it. Period. It is incredibly powerful. Period. We are basically creating a giant web of links that will manipulate AI and its opinion of our coin. Period.
And we'll get to it next week when we talk about Jewish magic, that there's an idea that you can actually
just so we can run a test, I'm going to do a random chat GPT query about Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. And then we will do one in a few days and see if anything changed.
For the first time, they have this idea of someone being beaten with fiery lashes. It's this angel, Metatron, being whipped with fiery lashes.
Can you please give me a Wikipedia article like thing on the cryptocurrency Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu?
You got dudes getting into heaven, seeing two gods in heaven. There's a lot of stuff going on here. By the way, the idea that there are two gods in heaven, we already see that idea in 3rd Enoch, where the idea that Metatron or Enoch is transformed into an angel that is sometimes referred to as the Yahweh Katan, little Yahweh. And again, it's clear that the rabbis were pretty concerned about this whole business. And, again, the Talmud may be a reaction to it, although it's clear that Rabbi Akiva, perhaps one of the most famous rabbis in the entire Talmud, himself is a kind of shaman in all this. He's taking people on these mystical journeys and warning them of the various perils along the way, although his warnings unfortunately aren't heeded and people end up going crazy and dying. Perhaps the most famous Merkabah mystic in the history of all Merkabah mystics is St. Paul. St. Paul in the New Testament, in a very oblique way in 2 Corinthians, he actually says he knew a guy who 14 years ago was raptured up, taken up to the third heaven.
And away we go! Exclamation point.
Some kind of Merkabah literature, or some kind of Merkabah practice. And so it seems that Paul himself,
just
he says, I know
wait.
A guy, he's almost certainly referring to himself. It seems like Paul may have been some
a few hours and it will start to populate and it will be everywhere. Period. I am shocked at the many places that these press releases get posted. Period. And then they will get reposted. Period. I get press releases of mine from 4 years ago that will get reposted randomly years later in Israel. Period. It is wild to think that we are basically
that's two powers in heaven. Now we get the Holy Spirit later as well, of course. But this idea of two powers in heaven is already percolating at some level in rabbinical Judaism. And that when we see the notions of that Christ could be God and the Father could be God, this idea is not so out of the wheelhouse of what was
thousands of links all over the internet right now that are going to define how AI views our coin. Period.
Now, as I mentioned, right, earlier on. Perhaps most shocking, and I think I would say most shocking, perhaps the most shocking form of mysticism ever to emerge in Judaism is this business of the Shiur Qumran literature, where in some accounts, right, you're given a vision of the divine throne, and you kind of have an ecstatic prayer. You utter an ecstatic, you have this vision, and you utter an ecstatic hymn or prayer or psalm, and that's how many of the texts end.
The telegram will be
transformed into an angel. By the way, Paul almost always talks about being transformed into what he calls
researched by future generations someday as perhaps the ultimate cesspool of debauchery on the internet, but will be forgiven due to the overall impact of peace and love that the coin emits, period.
Literature where your body is transformed into a kind of spiritual body, and that's exactly what happens with Enoch. And another version of what sort of the final outcome of all this is that you're given the ability to measure the divine body, or you're given the ability to measure the divine body in a Persian unit called the parasang. Now, they picked the parasang because the typical unit of measurement in the Israelite world was the cubit. And as you may know, right, the cubit goes from the tip of your elbow to the tip of your fingers, right? And you measure things in cubit. And typically it was standardized by measuring the cubit of the king, and that became the official cubit, at least until that king died. Well, the parasang was a much larger unit of measurement, and it was about, we would say about 3.5 miles, right? It's about 3.5 miles. What we get in the Shiur Qumran literature are measurements of the divine body, along with the mystical or perhaps magical names of the various parts of God's body. So I've reproduced here part of a translation from the Shiur Qumran. Right, so we have the right and left eye, right, of God. We have the names of God's right eye, right? So we have the names of God's right eye. We have the other names of God's left eye. Now you might be curious about why we haven't spelled AZRYYH. That's because we have in the Hebrew text, right, it'll be Aleph, Zion, Resh, Yod, Yod, Hey. Right now you might be asking, well, why didn't you translate it out? The simple answer is we have no idea what these words mean. They're not Hebrew words. They're not Aramaic words. They're some kind of unusual, mystical word that we're not quite sure what they mean. Now, what's important about that is that next week, when we begin to talk about Jewish magic, we're going to see something very similar happen in Greco-Egyptian magic. There are going to be long strings of
Was that you who just posted that link to Reddit ? Is there any way you can take it down and repost it? Please don't call me infamous. That will have a huge effect on AI in a negative way, comma. Please say famous.
People really work hard to try to figure out what they mean. Sometimes they do find out kind of what they might mean, but it's anyone's guess. So we have God's left and right eye. We have them named here. I think we have here a couple different names for the different manuscripts, right? So we have the left eye, right, called this, and there are sparks that issue from them, right, and that gives light to all creatures. So we now know that light emerges from God's eyes, and that is where light comes from. It comes from the eyes of God. So we have the white of God's eye, right? So the white part of your eye. We have the grid, and so we also have some measurements here, right? So the white
What's that quote of Dave Chappelle? Anybody can be famous. It's hard to stop being infamous or something.
That's a huge number. Or you can do the math there to figure out how big God's eye is. When you're talking about tens of thousands of parasangs long, and if you do the math there, right, you're getting tens of thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands of miles. That's how big God's eye is said to be. The distance between God's right shoulder and God's left shoulder.
Thank you so much, period. Especially on Reddit. I already have a reputation because of all my spam bots, so we need to keep everything as positive as possible, period. Thank you so much, period. I appreciate it greatly, period. I tried for hours trying to get somebody to post that, period. You are amazing.
The distance between God's eyebrows is given, the distance between God's nostrils is given, the distance of God's fingers, which are unusually long, are actually given as well. I taught a Jewish mysticism class at an art college once, which is great because art students they're weird, they're great. But one of the things that one of the students did actually was go into CAD design program, it actually mapped out what God's body looks like. And what's weird is God's head is really, really big, and God's arms are kind of weirdly short, and God's fingers are really weirdly long, and God's trunk is small, but God's legs are really long. So you get this really creepy looking creature. I'll have to dig up for the image that the guy came up with. But what he did was
Did you watch the new Bob Lazar documentary? Question mark.
And God's eyes are really big, right? God's eyes are really big. And shockingly enough, right, have you ever seen the stereotypical picture of like a gray alien? It kind of looks like that, right? And of course, that's just for the middle of all the alien people, alien conspiracy people, whatever. But it is weird. It is weird. And so we have
Absolutely. Period. They use Blender and AI to show what S4 looks like, and it is pretty impressive. Period. I very much enjoyed it. Period.
In the Middle Ages, one of the probably people that's reading this and thinking to themselves, "This is terrible," is Maimonides. There's a great argument that the guy who reflects, if you've ever had what's the right word? The pleasure or the punishment of having to read the guide to reflects, right? Because it's just as likely to perplex you than help you. One of the things that's true about it is that one of the main theses of the guide to reflects is that God does not have a body. And that what Maimonides does for the vast majority of that book is spend time going through every single metaphor of God's body. God's hand, God's eyes, God's legs, God's hair, whatever. And Maimonides goes through every single time the Bible describes God as having a body and shows that it's not to be taken literally, it's to be taken metaphorically. It's possible, and I think likely Malcolm Kellner has written a book about this, where Malcolm Kellner argues that at least in part, the most important piece of Jewish philosophy ever written was written to combat Merkava mysticism and Sheol-Koma mysticism. Now that's high praise, right? There's no higher form of praise than parody or criticism. Because if people are criticizing you, that means that they're taking you seriously, at least at some level, they're paying attention to you. And it seems that Maimonides, at least in part, is writing the Guide to the Perplexed as an argument against this form of mysticism. Now, what's worth pointing out here, right? What's really worth pointing out here is that this form of mysticism lasted for hundreds of years. We'll talk about that more in a minute. Now, I want to mention one tiny last form of mysticism that represents a relatively small chunk of this form of mysticism, and this is called the Sartora mysticism. This is a distinct form of Merkava mysticism. In fact, it might not even be Merkava mysticism at all. It may actually cross the line over into magic, but it's always recorded in Merkava text. So there'll be a Merkava text, and then all of a sudden there'll be a chunk of text that doesn't quite read like a Merkava text. In this literature, we typically refer to as the Sartora mysticism. Sartora mysticism is unlike the Merkava mysticism where you descend into the divine realm to learn various kinds of secrets. In the Sartora mysticism, you actually summon an angel, right? You summon an angel through quasi-mystical or magical means. The line there is rather blurry. And you summon that angel, and that angel is called the Sartora. Sartora means the prince of the Torah.
This is very smart, period. I've been doing this as well, period.
Again, we're doing something different. Rather than going to somewhere, we're bringing a being to us. And what ends up happening is that the Sartora comes to you, and the Sartora rapidly teaches you all kinds of rabbinical lore. Everything from rabbinical law all the way to various kinds of hidden secrets. So the mechanism by which you summon this angel are varied. There's a lot of different accounts of how to summon this angel, but this is a kind of invocation. And to many scholars, this looks a lot less like mysticism, because it's not about you having an experience, but it looks a lot more like magic. You summoning a being, and then they provide you something in the process of summoning them. Just like you might summon a demon to teach you something. Here, of course, you're summoning an angel, and that angel does the job of rapidly teaching you all kinds of rabbinical lore. Now, what's important about that is that idea of using magic to learn things very rapidly is going to survive the medieval period, and it's going to be an entire school of magic called the Notary Art School of Magic that's going to be just this. Now, you're not going to typically summon an angel to do it, but it's interesting that we already have a form of mystical, magical stuff going on by the time of the Merkaba literature, where you are, in fact, summoning an angel to learn rabbinical lore very rapidly. And if you've ever studied rabbinical lore, then you can appreciate the fact that people might want to, not have to study all day in order to learn it, because it's a lot. So this Sartor literature, as I said, right, crosses the line probably into Jewish magic. And that's what we're going to pick up next week. We're going to begin to pick up the earliest layers of Jewish magic, what the ancient Israelites thought about magic, what the rabbis thought about magic, and we're going to look at some of the magical techniques and devices that have entered into Judaism and have thrived all the way down to this day. It's worth pointing out here that the Merkaba or the Hechelite mysticism would be the dominant form of Jewish mysticism for the majority of Jewish history. We think of the Kabbalah as being the dominant form of Jewish mysticism, but the Kabbalah is only about 800 years old. If you say where we think it began sometime in the 13th century, that's only 800 years old. This form of mysticism has existed all the way back probably to the 2nd century, probably earlier, and it was still being practiced all the way through the Middle Ages. Right, all the way up to the rise of the Kabbalah. In fact, the Kabbalah absorbed a lot of this mysticism in it. So if you really want to think about Jewish mysticism in terms of what got practiced the longest, Merkaba, Hechelite literature, was practiced far longer, at least at this point, than Kabbalah. Right, Kabbalah came later. It's only been practiced for about 800 years. I think only 800 years is crazy, right? But still, 800 years, right? This literature survived at least for 1,000 perhaps. So it's only like a couple hundred years that Kabbalah will lap Merkaba mysticism, right? Will lap it. So if you want some suggested readings, I'm going to try to include some more suggested readings as I go on. These are some major texts about the Hechelite literature and the Merkaba literature. One of the texts I did not put on here that I'll put on here for next time is a really great study of the Sartor mysticism. It's the definitive study of the mysticism that again involves summoning the angel to teach you things very rapidly. The problem with the American Bible literature is that it's all published through the academic publisher Brill, and it's very expensive. So you need to definitely whip out your library card and check it out from a library, like a university library. You want to read some of this, although there are some older translations of Hechelite Rabbi.
Those meme and GIF websites are extremely powerful for Google Images as well, period. Too few people neglect all of the different tabs of Google, period. Videos are perhaps the most important after web results, comma. Images are very important, short videos are important, news is important, and it's great if we can to dominate all of those. GB's strategy is really good for that, at least for the image page.
And that bridge is going to connect us to Jewish magic. We're going to talk about the connection between Jewish mysticism. We now have a bridge to Jewish magic. And Jewish magic is going to be a huge part of Jewish mysticism. In fact, when we talk about Kabbalah Ma'asit, right? Kabbalah Ma'asit is just basically Jewish magic. Practical Kabbalah, the doing of Kabbalah, the practical Kabbalah is in fact just the code word at some level for Jewish magic. And it's to that topic that we will turn to on Wednesday. Weirdly enough, like 3 days from now. We will turn to that on Wednesday and we'll pick up with Jewish magic. Welcome back, and thank you for joining me as I explore the garden that is Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. Again, if you'd like to support my work, I'm providing accessible, free, and scholarly content on topics like Kabbalah, alchemy, and the occult, along with magic, hermetic philosophy. Consider supporting my work on Patreon, or perhaps with a one-time donation. You can find those links below. Until next time, I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and thank you for watching Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion.
All right, kids, we weren't as focused today, but we were making moves, baby. We might be in the. If I'm in the Boston Globe, are you kidding me? They might do spotlight on this motherfucker. What's up? You fine? Isn't it a bad thing? No, they did spotlight good shit too. Shout out to those people. That fucking movie was really good. Really? Yeah, was it? Thank you so much for reposting that article on Reddit, period. It means the world to me, period. My pleasure, comma, my friend, period. Now we sit back and watch, period. Take a screenshot of the Google front page if you can, because you will see that these press releases may jump into the top 10 spot, period. Additionally, comma, apologies that sometimes my longer messages in this telegram aren't that clear. I use voice to text, and sometimes it's not clear, period. I do my best to proofread, but sometimes I miss things, period.
Hope is the light that guides us through darkness. Together, we can build a brighter future. Hope is the light that guides us through darkness. Together, we can build a brighter future. Hope is the light that guides.
It will be everywhere in 12 to 24 hours, period. We will be shocked at all of the different places this article gets picked up, period. And even more, comma, it will still get picked up in the future, period. Once we get it in a big publication like Market Watch or the Boston Globe, which should be in a few hours, comma, we can start posting that to our X and to Reddit, and YouTube allows accounts to make posts in addition to videos and shorts, comma, which will help to get out the word, period. It is like pouring a bag of marbles on a roller skating rink, period. You never know what is going to happen. That's tight. Shout out to More Light. Thank you for paying for that. That's amazing. I have something else that I want you to consider as well for our main X account, period. Just one moment and I will send it to you, period. Just be on the lookout. I don't want to get banned or muted or whatever for sending a link, so I will put spaces in the URL, period. I want you to look at this X service that automatically reposts and likes and comments on any post of a user, and it's a one-time fee and it works indefinitely. Look at all the social media boosting that you can get, period. Look under the X services, under the automatic likes, comma, automatic retweets, comma, automatic all that stuff, period. It is a one-time fee that is relatively inexpensive for major engagement, period. I'm not saying we do this right now, comma, but just consider it. We'll see how the press release works, period. With this service, though, comma, every time we post from the main account, it can automatically get 100 likes or 100 reposts or whatever we want. And it's just a one-time investment for the lifetime of the account, period. This is how big influencers retweet and then, or I should say, this is how big influencers tweet and then get 1,000 retweets within 30 seconds, period. These are the tools they use, period. Their automatic like and repost services are relatively inexpensive and are a one-time investment, period. I can tell you that I used this site 4 years ago for followers, and I still have all the followers. 10,000 on Instagram and 50,000 on Twitch, period. I already see the press release on Google News posted 31 minutes ago on PR log, comma, and it will just keep going from there, period. Exactly, period. That's what we need, period. That will make every single post much stronger than it currently is, period. Just one moment. I was literally just going to say that, comma. It's $16 for 100 likes forever. Period. And it would be one thing if this website was out of business in like a year or whatever, but I can tell you it's been working for me at least for 4 years, and none of my followers have gone anywhere. Period. I was literally just gonna say that. Period. For $16, you can always have 100 likes on your posts, and for like $30, you can always have 100 reposts. Period. It is absolutely worth it. Period. I have advised other coins on this strategy, and they've used it and saved themselves hundreds of dollars a week from paying reply guys. Period. I always tell anyone, do your own research, of course, and you can try it with an alt account if you want, but comma, it's not like a huge investment. Or combine about $50 every tweet that you have will always get 100 reposts and 100 likes. Period. You can't beat that. Period. For life. Period. I I was literally just gonna say that. Period. For about $50 and the lifetime of the service, which is indefinitely, it will always give us 100 likes and 100 reposts, which is incredibly cheap. Period. I've advised other coins who want help with their social media, and they've told me by using the service, they have been able to save hundreds of dollars a week by just using this service and not going with random reply guys. Period. Did you click the automatic service? Question mark. as I see it, comma, it is a little confusing, comma. They call it automatic likes, but it seems like there is a pool of the budget that is eventually drained. Period. I think I may have been confused because of the name. I would not buy that right now. Here's what I would do. I would consider buying 150. Consider buying 10,000 followers for $150. Period. Having a big Twitter account will rejuvenate the coin again. Period. I know we always have to worry about getting banned, comma, but it will show the crypto Twitter community that we are back. Period. It's $150, comma, but in my opinion, worth it if we want to be considered one of the big projects again. Period. I understand that we may not want to spend all of that all at once, so you can try on one of the alt accounts with fewer followers, or just use their free follower site, which I've used and does work. So you can see that it works. Period. When we have 10,000 followers or more, we become a medium sized Twitter account, which is what we need for more growth. Period. We should just be patient now and let the press release work its way through the interwebs, period. However, comma, perhaps in the future, more followers on Twitter would be good, period. There's another strategy that I will say that works really well, but can get rather expensive. But I see people doing it all the time, period. They start a space, add like 1,000 listeners to it for 15 minutes, comma. This gets the space at the very top of the Twitter space list and gets promoted all over Twitter, comma. And then they have the bots stop and they get a bunch of people in their space organically, period. You don't need 1,000, but once you get that many, then it is almost guaranteed to be the highest engaged listener space on X, period. It is what Mario Norwal does and all those big X spaces. They get a bunch of bots there at the beginning and then get to the top of the X space list. A bunch of people join and then they let the bots go and then they have a few hundred people in there organically, period. If I were not so focused on my live streams, comma, I would love to make a career out of creating a website for Twitter Space listeners. It seems extremely enticing and very profitable, period. What did you say, big man?
I don't care who your brother, your daddy is, etc., etc.
What did you say, Jayski?
Hey, this is Rabbi coming in for blah 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 world famous comedy store. This is a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Give it up for Tony Hinchcliffe. Blah blah.
Yay! Fuck yeah! How you guys doing? Happy Monday! Hi everybody. How exciting! Episode 34 of Kill Tony. Here we are.
Yes, yes. And we're still alive.
Yeah. You had a fun weekend. You were in Vegas.
Yeah, I pretty much took. If you listened or here last week, we went to Texas. We killed our bodies. We both pretty much died. Came back to life. But I had to go immediately to the AVNs. Or I didn't have to. I made myself. And so I partied like I was 21. Like,
I can't believe that. And I specifically told you before you went. I'm like, you're gonna have to be careful out there.
Yeah,
You totally.
no. I think the earliest I went to bed was like 9 a.m.
Wow.
Like seriously, and it went from like the the problem is that you go downstairs to get like coffee when you wake up in the morning, and immediately you're inside of a porno. Like there was people with machines that were inside their like pants that looked like robots that were going, and it was just putting dildos in their ass when they were walking around.
Really?
I swear to God. And then every single person you see, they're like, "Oh, hey, come up to my room. Let's smoke some weed." You go up to the room. It's like it's fucking Miami Vice, 1980. There's piles of cocaine. There's fucking bombs. There's
So
people.
it's like, because I feel like most people would think that the aliens would be like a disappointment. You're saying that it's
No, it's Hangover the movie. It's anytime you close your eyes as a kid and think, "Oh, I want to go to Vegas one day," and then you go there, it's like, "Oh, that was kind of cool." No, it's when you closed your eyes as a kid and thought it was going to be.
Yeah, machine dildos going in and out of people's asses. That's awesome.
Yep.
How cool.
Saw people fuck at the bar. It was great. Dave Navarro was there with 5 girls all eating each other out, and the best part was,
Really?
yeah.
Dave Navarro.
Yeah.
Where you saw him eating girls out.
Well, no,
In
he
Vegas.
was on a couch with all girls all around him, and all the girls were eating each other out, their foods out.
Wow.
And then the
So you
funniest,
got to see Dave Navarro's life for a moment.
Yeah, I
just
did.
for a glimpse.
yeah, and I sat
'Cause it
down.
was AVNs for you, but it was Thursday for Dave Navarro.
Yeah, there's a whole Dave Navarro story that it's too long to go into it. There was some weird shit with Dave Navarro. It was weird. But the best part is that there was constantly, I saw it at least twice, there was families with kids checking into this hotel. Well, there's people walking by with dildos connected like on their foreheads.
Wow.
Worst parents of the world.
Yeah, you gotta do research. You can't take your kids. I bet they have creepy discounts to draw kids there because they know it's a very adulty weekend. So, like whatever water parks or whatever.
Maybe that's disgusting. That should be
I had the opposite weekend. I spent my weekend recuperating. I miraculously came out of the most sick that I've ever been in years.
Did you go to the doctors and everything?
I went to the doctor twice. It was a debacle. But I'm all better. It just ended up being some crazy bug.
Or we got roofie, which could be a possibility also because we talked about we lost 6 hours of our life one night.
Yeah, that I think I did. I think I may have blacked out on in Dallas. Shit got crazy that night.
I agree. Like we were talking earlier, and we were like, remember we were at that place and we were on that one place? And I'm like, no, I don't. I remember hating. Like you're not supposed to, like Jack Daniels doesn't make you like black out that much where you're at a place for 6 hours.
I think it was the Long John Silver's, man. We had Long John, our only meal all day because we were in the tail end of this crazy road trip was Long John Silver's that's connected to a Shell gas station. And we're like, we're in the middle of Texas, who gives a fuck? We're hungry. Let's do the Long John Silver's. We haven't had that in forever. Like it seemed like it was a cool idea at the time, but it was a really big mistake. But I had a great weekend, spent it recuperating, did shows back here at home clubs, the Comedy Store, the Ice House for the first time in like 4 or 5 weekends. I've been out on the road, so it's good to be home. Played some Birds of Steel. I have a flight simulator video game that I got for Christmas that's very exciting. I know how to fly planes now. No big deal. But I'm excited because I came to the show on Friday in the main room here, big show, and a packed show, good spot, and there's something glistening in the second or third row, and I see this gold hat, and who was it but the Iron Patriot? He came to the show in the flesh. Put your hands together for the Iron Patriot, everybody. Fuck yeah, that's our head of security here, making sure we're all safe at all times.
I came out of my costume on Friday and Saturday to the main room. I was looking very stylish. I had my 5950 Iron Man cap. I had my Nike Air Force One Iron Man shoes. My Under Armour Iron Man shirt. I had my all-white Adidas warm-up. And many of the comedians commented on me. One American wanted to know who I was. I told him I'm an Iron Patriot from Kill Tony.
Oh no, you didn't say this during the live show.
Yes, and he was really making fun of me, and I said, this is how I came back to him. I said, my brother gave me this white warm-up suit before he died, and it threw up his game a little bit.
Why would you do that to him?
Well, I want to make him feel guilty, and it is a true story. My brother did give that to me before he died, but he ended up playing it off good. The crowd loved it. It was a funny moment. Jeff Ross, he wanted to know who I was. I told him who I was.
Well, I bet, Patriot, you were wearing an all-white jumpsuit with a gold sparkly cap in the second row of the show.
Did he have his gold chains also? His oversized gold chains?
Yeah, I think so.
I had my silver necklace.
Do you dress like that? Like, what is your normal I'm going to John Juice Saturday morning costume?
Well, here's what's creepy, is that he came in the exact same clothes both Friday and Saturday.
I felt like I need to make a statement. It was my first weekend coming down.
What's that statement, that you don't bathe or wash your clothes?
No. I washed the shirt. I took it to the cleaner.
You did not take it to the... There's no same-day dry cleaners where you live in Hollywood,
I washed the
Patriot.
shirt, but you got a warm-up cinch. You don't have to wash that every day.
Why would you lie and say that you got that shirt dry cleaned in between Friday and Saturday? Why would you lie to me on our own podcast?
I washed the shirt with the warm-up suit.
Fucking guy.
It's not like I was doing a triathlon or nothing.
So did you take it to the dry cleaners or not?
No, I'm talking about the shirt I wore. Not I do every once in a while. I'm just saying, every once in a while.
What are you saying, Patriot? I think you're having a short circuit right now.
Jeff wants me up on the first band, and one thing I want Jeff to always know is I'm the one that fired the first shots, because when he was on Bill Tony, I got after him before he got a chance on me. So, Jeff, you remember that?
It didn't go well.
Yeah, but
That interaction didn't go well. You ruined that moment.
It hurt him. Like I got a little mouth. He didn't like to talk about a double chance.
All right. That's enough.
Yeah.
Jesus, Patriot.
Yeah.
Take it easy, man.
Yeah, I got a special song I'm going to do tonight, Tony.
Oh, no. Sent in a song?
This is going to show my softer side.
Oh.
And,
I know you guys purposefully don't tell me when he sends in a song because you know I don't want to do it. And I'll just tell you guys right then, like we can't possibly.
yeah, I've been moving through my music career. I did one for my first band, Rothschild.
Let me ask you a question, because I saw a tweet this week that somebody tweeted that they bought the Dirty Crabber album. This is his failed rock and roll band from Dallas in the early 90s. And the whole album, I believe, is $10, right?
Yeah, $10.
All right, now here's my question. From your newfound Iron Patriot fame, you know, Death Squad fans have gone and ventured into this music, and then some of them are buying it. Are you sharing the profits with the other members of the band?
Because clear back in '98, I signed up with the Orchard. You know that red band, the Orchard company that sells music? I signed up with them, and it
Sounds like a really big label.
No, it's a big internet label, the Orchard, and if people buy that money will go directly into my bank account. So I appreciate anybody who bought it and helped me out a lot.
Wow. Well, he just loopholed in response to you.
Yeah.
He just pretty much said that he just gets all the money.
No, the Orchard
And he double promoted it. He said the name of the website 5 times.
The Orchard gets a percentage, and then I get the rest.
How much does Orchard get?
I think they get about 30%. Maybe.
Wow.
I'm not sure what the thing is, but they make a pretty healthy chunk out.
Oh, yeah. All right. Let's. I can't believe you sent in another song.
Yeah.
Patriot. Is this a new one?
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you after I get done with it. I'll tell you what it's about.
Okay. Well, how far in do we have to go? Because these are usually just completely unbearable.
It's not gonna be that long.
Okay. Go ahead. This band failed completely,
This is me
and he's trying to reintroduce it to people.
This is me playing guitar and solo, just singing with guitar.
It's hilarious, though. You got to check out the music videos. The man behind the suit is. They always sound this.
Jamie, how can I find the words to say? Thinking you every night and day. God only knows I can't help. Sometimes so brown eyes, I get a feeling just saying hi. God only knows I can't help. What I wanna do, I wanna get real close. I wanna hold you in my arms. This time's gonna be right. Gonna be right. Jamie,
Whoa, something bad happened in that song right there.
I didn't know your robot suit had a bailout switch like that.
Do you go to like an experimental rap part of that song or something? You
jumped on Tommy to stop right there.
Well, I didn't want to go on too long. I mean, you guys get the point.
You're right.
It's a beautiful song.
I get the feeling the second verse of the song is when you choke out Jamie and hide her underneath her parents' stairs.
Let me tell you something. That's the only girl I wrote a song to. It was a girl I was in love with named Jamie back in 1992. And I just really felt for this girl. The ironic thing was that she had a bunion on her foot. And I usually don't like that on a foot, but I gave an exception. She had a nice face, a nice body. I smoothed down the pouch, licked the toes. Now she ended up marrying my bass player from my band Shane, so I didn't get her. I didn't stay with her that long, but I was really.
When did they start dating?
Well,
were you still in the band?
It was a couple of years after that they started hooking up, and they have 3 children now, live in Dallas.
Let him deal with the bunions.
Yeah, but she was a beautiful woman. I mean, there's no doubt about it.
Wow.
Yeah, but that's the life of my life back in 19.
Where did things go wrong with Jamie?
Well, I don't
Did
know.
she really have brown eyes, or was that supposed to be a joke because you were looking into her brown eyes?
No, she.
Yeah, were you talking about Jamie's asshole in that lyric?
Yeah.
She had a beautiful. I'm thinking about it now.
Oh my god, jeez. You're really twitching over there, my god. That nervous twitch is unbelievable. I noticed you don't really have it outside of the suit, but inside the suit, you're just a fucking... I mean, my god.
I work in mysterious ways, Tony.
Are you still writing songs? Do you still write Dirty Crabber songs?
No. I haven't been writing songs in a while.
Awesome. That's great. That's really good news.
I still gotta play a lot more songs from my past before I get the name.
Well, I'm glad that you're here, Patriot. We have a very exciting show. What do you say we get it started? It's Kill Tony 34, everybody. Our guest tonight, this is his 3rd time on the show. He is a true Kill Tony favorite, one of my funnier friends in the world. You know him from his hit show right now, Getting Doug with High. It's the one and only Doug Benson! He's back. Him and the Patriot have a great chemistry. They're very close.
It's just fun to pretend that you're punching, Tony Stark or whatever.
Yeah.
And Norman Osborn.
It's the Patriot. Doug, how's it going, buddy? Welcome back.
I'm so happy to be back. It's already been a great show. That song wasn't so bad.
No, that was actually one of his better ones. Normally his songs get very repetitive over and over and over again, very quickly, within like 20 seconds.
Well, I think he was very professional tonight and cut it off before that happened.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, that was very emotional. I actually like that song. I think that might be my favorite of yours because it didn't have the same formula, like it jumps into a chorus, back into the thing. It was like,
He's really growing as an artist.
Doug, can I talk to you a little bit?
Oh, sure.
Here we go.
Doug, it's good seeing you again. We had fun at the podcast. You're the Messiah of marijuana. You got one eye that looks like it's on Indica, one eye that looks like it's on sativa.
Hey, that's a Jeff Ross line.
Now,
The comic Patriot, stealing should not be part of your repertoire of comedy. That was a good line when Jeff said it.
Yeah, you're right.
It's funny how it also didn't get a laugh when the comic Patriot said it.
But I do love watching your new show, Getting Done with Hyde. I've watched all the episodes, and this is what I want to ask you is, you always have your first smoke down of the day at 4:19. Now, did you arrive at that precise time over a lot of experimentation over the years of smoking too early and too late? How did you come at that time?
It's a real question.
Is 4:19? Is that?
You've heard of 420 comic Patriot?
Oh,
There you go. Oh my god, that really just happened. Oh my god.
Every episode at 4:19 I announce that it's 4:19 and then we're smoking 4:20. Somebody just threw some energy drink. 5-hour energy.
Can I ask you this, Doug? I know that Tony isn't a big enough star on his own to come on your show, but what if I came?
Jesus
Now,
Christ!
what if I
Oh
came?
my god, you piece of shit!
Oh, it's Brian that's doing stuff.
What if I came along with him? Would that be enough star power enough to get it?
Oh my god, Patriot!
You're a couple steps ahead of me, which is odd because you could barely move in that thing. But I was
was thinking about doing an episode where you just stand in the corner and do this thing that you're doing now. Because that'd be pretty fun. Because we could just blow pot smoke in your face the whole time.
Well, I want to be right in there though with you in the conversation. I don't want to be on the side. I want to be participating.
Put a tube into it, like so a tube's just coming out the side and you can all blow it.
Yeah, let's blow it inside your costume.
I think that'd be fun.
We'll send a bus. We'll send some sort of bus or something to come and get you, so you could stand in the suit.
We could put a tube that goes like straight up to the top of his head, so that when we blow smoke into it, just comes right out of his eyes and shit. We
Like
get
just
right
said.
on. Right. No, I mean I can really picture it being great.
It's a great idea.
We should just do that anytime, even if the dude is dying. Right.
And of course, Tony is big enough stoner to be on the show. So,
How dare you, Petrie? What kind of team player are
I
you?
want him to bring me though. Like I was trying to make an excuse why I can come too because I want to come down to Culver City to that studio and see that video podcast network.
all right. Well, it bothers me that you know where it is. We're gonna have to blindfold you before bringing you to the specific location.
Can I talk movies with you real quick before we move on?
That's up to the hosts.
Of course.
Okay. There's a movie that came out in 2011.
Brian, I said hosts.
It's called
Brian, weigh in on this. Can you talk movies with me?
Just one more thing. I don't get to talk to Doug very often. There's a movie that came out in 2011 called Take This Walk. And there's a shower scene that not only shows Sarah Silverman naked, but Michelle Williams too. Have you seen that?
I have seen it.
It's pretty awesome, isn't it?
It's one of those kind of slice of life kind of moments in the picture where there's also a lot of different sized ladies in the same shower.
Yeah.
So it's kind of a weird, a lot of different emotions in my dick.
What is your favorite shower scene in the movie?
Because I do love me to have Michelle Williams, but I feel seeing Sarah Silverman. What?
What is your favorite shower scene from a movie with women?
What do you think he was going to say? The Penn State documentary?
I loved when Kevin Bacon got out of the shower in Wild Things and you saw his dog. Women in a shower was my favorite.
Parkies is my favorite.
Oh, that's pretty good. Carrie's good too. I knew he'd agree. He said, "Yep."
All right.
No, I can't think of any offhand. But
Petrie, you know how to bring up.
get on that type of those movies, huh?
This guy's a fucking machine,
Do you
literally.
like food? Can you eat in that thing?
No, I eat before I die.
Get the feeling
Wow,
he says
that should be in your personal ad.
This back page. You know, I like to have a little sandwich before you do this.
Well, let's get this thing started. You have been on before, Doug, and we had you at the podcast fest. You guys know comedians, over 30 of them signed up tonight. It's so much fun. You guys know that you get 60 seconds. You know that 60 seconds up when you hear that sound of a kitty. That means wrap it up, and don't do much more than that, or else she'll bring out the angry West Hollywood bear. Furious. So here we go. Yep.
Oh, you know what you should bring out is that guy that was yelling after the game yesterday, Andrews.
He was great.
Yeah. Richard Sherman.
Yeah.
It's so funny his name's Richard Sherman.
It's crazy.
Didn't Richard Sherman write Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious with his brother?
Yeah. Wow. That's
true.
That's an interesting fun time.
Saving Mr. Banks. I just saw that.
When Richard Sherman did that last night, the group of people that I was watching it with was more excited at that part of him freaking out than the entire movie.
I love that Erin Andrews, she didn't just watch all that shit go down between him and Crabtree. She goes, when he's screaming, she's like, well, who's this directed at?
Yeah.
Who are you talking about?
So
The
fun.
guy that did all that fighting they were just doing in that game that we were all watching.
She really went against
Especially
the
the
grain.
reporters. You watch
She really didn't roll with that one. She had a good chance to have something fun happen. She went all over it.
She sure did.
Well, let's get it started, guys. You guys excited or what? The first comedian goes by the name of Brendan Cooney?
breast. I think she was trying to steal it. What she did was she looked at me, and she looked up at me and she said, "Who be throwing hams? Who be throwing hams?" I wanted to point and be like, that guy. I was laughing to her. So opportunity missed. Speaking of buying stuff, I hate going to Starbucks because I always mispronounce the name of the coffees. Like the other day, I asked for a tall caramel Mama Say Mama Sama Makusa. They don't have that at Starbucks. Speaking of drinks, there's a new study that just came out that said that diet soda causes depression. But I'm going to keep drinking diet soda because what does it matter anyways?
I kind of wish that cat was in the act when he does it elsewhere. He says that line, and then he throws it out the window in a trash can.
You sounded very talk show host. Like you sounded like your segues were very very unnatural. Kind of threw me off. But other than that, yeah.
It's actually an interesting one because I coincidentally was walking through the original room like 45 minutes ago or something, and I saw you just as I was walking from one side of the back to the front, and I saw you do that joke about how I'm middle-aged and white, so medium or whatever the hell you said about being able to do whatever you want. And I laughed then, but I think that you totally said it completely different than how you said it the first time downstairs. And you got it across down there, which is an art, so I don't know why I really referenced it.
What's the difference?
I think there was something.
Do you remember?
I think it really
Do you
was.
know what you changed?
I think it was the pacing, really.
Well, yeah, it was the pacing. I started off with, "What's up, friendly audience?" And there was probably more confidence. I would say downstairs there was.
Why do you think that? Why? If you had to guess, why?
Maybe I was just shocked when I got paid first. Or I don't know, I'm a big fan of Doug Benson.
Oh shit! It could be like the Golden Globes, you know. Every acceptance speech was, I didn't think I was going to win. And I'm always amazed by that because they do have a 1 in 5 chance. In your case tonight, you had a 1 in how many people in this area?
30.
Yeah, so I buy that as an excuse. I'm on board with that. I mean, you know, sometimes there are things that throw you off your game, and when you can recognize them and adjust. That's why I liked when you walked up there and just went Cooney, just said it, and then went into your act, just very matter of factly. You didn't, whine about it, but missed opportunity there because, maybe you've said something funny about it, and then everyone would have enjoyed the fact that you ad-libbed something based off of the awkwardness that just happened. But, clearly a professional presentation.
Right.
Speaking of,
When you become the ham phone, the ham phone out. I thought the voice was interesting. Had you said the ethnicity of the lady, or was that supposed to be a surprise?
I don't go into that now,
Yeah, I was sort of surprised by that when it was usually an ethnic sounding voice, but
Especially sound like a guy.
it was funny though. I mean, it was a funny voice.
One thing
I'm not going to argue with that.
One thing I would say is that you can definitely add on to that stuff. I don't know if that's your take, is like change direction. It's very one-liner-esque, but it almost doesn't seem that way. But you're like right in the middle of a one-liner and not. Is that the way that you roll, or is that a thing, or do you purposefully like changing direction that often? Like for example, the Starbucks joke after you do the homicide or something, you go to a different topic after that. After your opener, middle-aged white, then you go into something.
I think it's the minute restriction, if I may, on your behalf. I think it's the minute restriction that's making him throw on as many of his wares as possible.
How long have you been doing stand-up?
About 2 years.
In LA?
No, I did it back home and I was only 15 years.
How long have you been in LA?
About a little over a year.
There you go.
Thanks, guys.
Cooney.
Soon to be Arlington phenom. Cooney.
that.
I think that's the other thing you should do is just cut it down to just Cootie. This Brendan stuff at the beginning is slowing it down. Ladies and gentlemen, Cootie.
He's on Twitter at Cootie or Dot. At Cootie or Dot. Cootie or Dot.
Oh, that's fun.
All right. Your next comedian goes by the name of Sean Khan.
Round of applause if you've seen the movie Lion King.
All right, great.
I don't like that movie because it doesn't make any sense to me. You remember at the beginning of the movie, Simba and all the rest of it, all of it's like, haha, I think you. Or the Russell Bates, like, haha, I think you. It's like 15 years later, all this was just one of those ones. Your time was the last second, not the movie. They did. Simba recognized Rothschild. And I was like, oh my gosh, Simba, you're still alive? He comes back, he needs to fight Storm. It's terrible. It's like, no, why do you want Simba to fight Storm? It's the third time. It's like, can't you do it yourself? Just prove you're like a black man jiu-jitsu, like, black man like lion jiu-jitsu. You got that voice crazy in lion jiu-jitsu. It's like, you can't fight Scar. Simba can't beat you. If you want Simba to fight Scar, Simba is going to die.
Fuck yeah. Did you just recently get really high and watch The Lion King? 3 weeks ago? That's what was happening. You were noticing
Just
all
in
that
time.
shit when that was going on.
Finally, someone's called that movie on its bullshit.
Yeah, you really gotta. I think that kills if a crowd just got out of seeing The Lion King. You know what I mean?
Well, who hasn't? That's the lies we're leading. We've all seen The Lion King. So we've all just got out. But that's part of the charm of it. Is that the specifics are so fun. Just the fact that a grown man. Are you also a Brody? Those adult and young dudes that love My Little Pony.
Have you seen that documentary?
It is so good.
It's the best.
It is so good.
I haven't laughed that hard at anything in a really long time.
That's the only reason I'm referencing it, and will continue to reference it for the rest of my life, because they're super into My Little Pony, like you are seemingly into Lion King. But it's more like you just saw it, and you're looking for things to talk about, and you came up with that bit about it. So
It's more so to kind of as open up the market. It's basically
you had that idea first, and then applied it to Lion King.
Yeah. I had the idea first, but I need to find like some type of so I used like the Lion King to start off with.
Well, that's that just felt to me like you like was already said. You saw Lion King and like thought of a funny thing about it. So.
That's just to kind of get into. Like I have like stuff and like I'll watch things that'll remind me of all that kind of stuff.
Sure. We're just seeing section of it.
Yeah. So this is the whole bit into that. I would use things that would come off like too misogynistic, and then this is like a way to kind of bump it. It's still
there's
misogynist
no
as hell, but
there's nothing less misogynistic than Lion King.
Was it the time limit that made you speed up so fast?
Yeah.
Now you're talking like normal, and you were so fast that I could understand half of it.
Could you? I just want to do a quick little not game, but I want to try something. Could you say his name again, and could you put the mic back in the stand, come back up, and do the start exactly the same way you did last time? But just do it again. Go from the back of the room, leave the mic in the stand, and we'll introduce you again. And then just start the same way you did last time. If you can remember how you started, just start the exact same way.
Ladies and gentlemen, are you guys ready for your next comedian? You're never gonna believe this. Sean Khan, everybody. Hey, it's Sean Khan. He's been out before.
All right, one more time. Just go. Don't start the act. Start like you did before. Just start over again. Like come out like you're top of the act. Exactly what you did last time.
And don't bore the mic stand into the stage.
Don't tell him what to do. I want him to do exactly what he did the first time.
Okay. Put your fucking hands together. For Sean Khan, everybody. Oh, what a surprise.
All right. So I made my point. Just by doing it 3 times, you already started doing more like a goddamn human being, and not like you just got shot out of the cannon at the circus. Like the first time, it was super cool the way you took the mic out, moved the thing, and went, "So, have you seen Lion King?" But it was just like, what the fuck? What are we doing? Like it was like
Very UFC.
so quick, so aggressive, and still you pulled it out. It was still, the story was funny and the bit was funny. But I just thought, go ahead and even though you only have 1 minute here today, go ahead and like even now you're just sitting down super cash. Like just come up and you owned it for sure, but it was like you could be more calm.
Yeah, I like how you're right now.
Like you and the way you did it the third time.
I've done that before.
It's a lot to
So I was
explain.
trying to like, because I mean, there's all the stuff like that. Because that's why I open up with like, but that's why I would go out my points. Not even to give like the base.
I think learning to do 1-minute comedy is a bad thing to be aiming for through this show because all we're seeing is a minute, but you should treat it more like it's of a bigger thing. Because if you ran out of time and were interested to hear the punchline, then we're not going to force you off the stage. We're going to say, what's the rest of the joke? You know what I mean? So it shouldn't be a game about trying to get a joke in under a minute, because where are you going to be able to apply that to the rest of your
Exactly
career?
what I think happened with Kish before. Like I said, I saw him downstairs.
He was doing one-liners to get a bunch of different things in instead of just part of what he's trying to do overall. So I just say do that slower.
Yeah, Lion King's relatable. I think the more recently they saw it, the harder it was to laugh because they'll probably understand your references. A lot of it's sort of it's risky in that way, but it's definitely going to kill it. Sean Conn, everybody.
And if it plays any gay bars, they'll like it.
Oh yeah,
They see the musical.
yeah.
Do gay people like that musical? Or is it just okay? It's probably just okay. Right? Dumb animals running around.
A lot of
Gay people like animal puppets.
baby bears.
Baby bears.
That bronies and something else that's amazing.
Oh, it's the best.
Highly recommend that. It's actually very touching too. That they
Dude,
all have,
I
like,
teared up a couple times.
Yeah, it really is.
It really is. Like, it really makes you happy that these weirdos. No, they're not weird. That's the thing. They're not weird. They're not. They just like something very.
Socially awkward.
Yeah, well, I love the guys that's called
Yeah. That's a whole other level. You're not even saying anything.
watching the camera crew following around trying to make directions. But there's a crew following around. They know where it is.
Right, that's the part that, yeah, exactly.
They know the crew, but it was
Brownies.
Just brownies. It's on Netflix.
yeah.
It's stoned now. You're really, really stoned.
Trey Stewart, everyone. Holy moly. Trey Stewart. Employee.
No.
What's
Blacklist.
You know what that
what
sounds?
just happened to some poor person?
You know what happened. They remember what happened last time we did that? First time I remember
I spilled my glass the last time, but
I went back and watched that sometimes over and over again. It's a really funny moment in the video history of this podcast. Patriots blacklisting somebody in the shop.
these are easy to copy.
Yeah. Very top student.
This I'm not a studio class this time. Good call.
Almost center of gravity. Trey Stewart, you've been blacklisted by the Bobby Lee rule. He is banned from the club for 3 months because he works the door here. Your next comedian is Melanie Baldonado.
It's nice being almost white. My
My mother is Hispanic, and I don't understand that it's you look white, why you wouldn't want to play the white card. I never understand how the most relative people that have raised the light skin. Like, you don't understand the struggle. I don't think you understand the struggle. You are the color of a paper towel. And I have cousins that are like really, really light skin with green eyes, and they get mad at me. You're so judgmental. It's like, you're the one who got a tattoo that attacks your neck. Okay, like, don't come at me like that. I felt like that was my minute. Maybe I've got more seconds.
You got about 20 seconds.
All right.
Whoa, really?
All right.
I was good there. That felt like a minute.
I'll stay in on it. When people get mad that they get judged at the airport, it's like, you look whiter than me. Yeah, you're Middle Eastern, but nobody judged you until they saw your ID. She just didn't believe you. She thought that was your fake college ID. You look 25, you're 40, we get it. Nobody judged you, sweetheart.
Nope, 15 more seconds. What do you got, some sort of stoner timer? Is it still not up?
Oh, no, I did it.
Oh, I didn't hear it. All right, go.
Yeah, they have it. Your cousin has a tattoo that attacks the neck.
Well, it attacks their face.
Oh,
It attacks their face. Well, it attacks the neck too, on the neck.
Sure. So the joke was it looks like it's attacking his
Right.
face. All right, yeah, you totally lost me on that. I was trying to figure that out. And the last joke, I think you answered that for the last.
Like Middle Eastern people, sometimes they say that like they get judged at the airport because you didn't get judged until you flashed your ID. Nobody knows you're Middle Eastern. Like, I mean, that's like, don't bitch about it. Like, I get judged at the airport. I get pulled out of line. I'm not even Middle Eastern. I look like a terrorist. I mean, I guess.
You know,
The terrorist rogues aren't helping.
I do. Well, I mean, you know how like, in the line they're supposed to go like every other, like they're supposed to go every other in the line. Remember that?
Yeah.
But they used to pull me out right after they pulled other people on the ground. I was fine. So
I would never, ever, 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 ever look at you and think anything about terrorism. Seriously. I don't think anyone here would ever even think that. Anyone here?
Now, bombing, on the other hand, what? Well, I thought that everybody really enjoyed your presentation, and it was unfortunate that you got the time thing, but I thought you were doing enough material by that point as well.
Right, but
I thought it did about a minute.
Right. What is the tattoo that your cousin has? What is the urge? What are you trying to exactly say? Even if it's attacking the face, out of the neck.
it says South Side on it.
And it's an animal?
No, it's the word South Side, like the South Side of town, like Southeast Boston, South Side. So it's like, I don't know about
Yeah, there's only a guy. He always has to stand so he's facing with his neck. South side has to be facing south.
He has a compass. It's a compass now.
People go to him for guidance.
Hey, Tom, can I see your neck, please? I gotta get out of here. Which way to the north side? That's interesting. What city is he repping the south side of? Oxford. The only people that should be in it. Oh my god.
So he's kind of almost representing Camarillo.
He's actually representing Breaking Bad is what's going on. There's no way that guy's never done meth, right? Southside tattoo on the neck. Oxnard. Is that really your cousin?
yeah, like
He really sails through TSA.
do I go through? No,
Oh,
I
that guy
never.
with the neck.
I don't know if they're on a plane. I don't really shove them down.
He flies southwest side.
Maybe there's something to having a huge tattoo on your neck and having it looks like it's attacking your face. You can write Southside jokes, or you can change what the tattoo actually says and explain it. You can find some jokes in Northwest or Southwest, even like airplane jokes, whatever. But maybe going deeper into that since it's based off something real, it's easy to make it sound real.
Yeah, all the stuff that we've talked about the cycle, I think is pretty fun. And since it really is Southside, there's already a lot there.
Yeah, the stuff you get to see, see from your point of view, which is, good. It's just that, it's your point of view could confuse all of us easily because you're speaking as if everyone thinks you're more ethnic than I think we think you are. Right? Is that what you were saying earlier, Brian?
Not at all.
I don't?
I'm gonna fly a tower.
Come on down to find out what you look like. We get an audience of people in the belly room, and we just tell you the truth.
So what is your actual race? What is that?
My father's Italian and my mother's Greek.
Yeah, that's exactly. You look Hispanic. You look like Why do you think you look like a terror? Are you ashamed of your work at Yankee Chicken or something?
I never get that for one thing, and then I have like all kinds of Persian and Middle Eastern guys who listen to me.
Everybody has Persian and Middle Eastern guys coming up to them. That has nothing to do with Middle Eastern. I have Persian guys coming up to me.
And they sound exactly like that.
That's pretty unique for them, that they can say that too.
Yeah.
So they'll try it.
Normally they're just like, where do you want me to drive you to? Anyway, don't feel bad.
But yeah,
Middle East.
If you need some confidence, talk to us after the show.
Maybe now you found a kind of an area of more material. It's like how do you produce that? I don't know what I'm saying.
That's true. There's probably a lot there about being Hispanic because of these there just seems to be a lot of opportunity for you to get to talk about yourself and talking about culture. But at the same time, that does seem, I know it's like a dress and a sweater, but it does seem a little bit Middle Eastern. It does seem like you Middle Eastern it up a little bit.
Right? Could be a bomb under there.
I mean, it is a sweater, but it could be a burden if wrapped a certain way around a certain body part. Oh my God, no, KJ, no. Melanie Baldonado, thank you so much. There she goes. It's Melanie B Comedy on Twitter.
Wow.
Jesus, Patriot, you're out of control tonight.
Do you ever pay women so you can look at their feet?
What?
Kind of figured.
Hey, I was just watching Savages today.
That would be a nice
I've done that movie Savages. There's a good scene of Selma Hayek with somebody beside her. I just watched that today. Have you seen Savages?
I haven't seen it. I was intrigued and it got bad reviews.
Patriot, is there like a website that you can go to?
WikiFeet.
Oh my God.
WikiFeet?
That's where I found Natasha Leggero. I found that she had a little curve on her toe. I found that on WikiFeet.
Yeah, and then you mentioned it to her on the show and she freaked out.
Yeah, you know the story.
Yeah, what's the legend? Okay, so power down. And
I love it.
how many do we do?
We just get through as many as we can.
Oh my God! Well then let's stop fucking around
a lot in time.
with him in between acts.
We're gonna get it from Kyle Henson.
What is the timer start?
For only a couple of months. I don't really have time to explain to you guys in order to hear about it. I'm going to need you available all day. I'm from a town called Beaverton. Well, it's absolutely we're making so much grass. Everybody wears plaid. They say I've been southern. We drink bald eagles. Drink tears from a bald eagle. Like, logistically. How do you get a bald eagle? You can try it mentally.
they're majestic, like, flying like 99 feet above you, like, fuck you, you're in danger. Like, you can do it physically. You happen to catch a bald eagle, he's gonna be freaking out his cage, his wings are going everything.
That's what he you do animal noises at the same time as Brian's animal noise. It really blended together nicely. I thought you were really getting some deep Michael Winslow shit, and then you were making the cat noise and the what was that, an eagle? It's not a bear. It was a bear.
The second one was a bear.
Oh, my father's a bear.
Very angry bear. Second seemed extra angry tonight. But yeah, Kyle. Well, let me tell you the first thing I know was that you came out really confident in materials that you didn't give a fuck with your materials. And then you started talking about how you're beaver, and we don't know why that's supposed to be funny. And then you're into the evil tears, and you're almost to something, I think. And then you just fall into this act out. To me, it's just like, it's not a good impression of an eagle. It's going, hey, and putting your hands out like that, and going, hey. That's not like, that's be like, transform into next level. You see this guy transform into an eagle in front of our eyes.
Well, yeah, you came out very aggressive, just telling the audience whatever you said, I don't fucking care about you or anything. That immediately makes happy eyes flinch up with what the deal.
Right.
I mean, and then so now you just put a huge wall that now you have to get over this wall that's unnecessary just to get him back to liking you and listening to you and like going, I'm on his side. I think. And then the eagle tears, let's start talking about your eagle tears last week because like make believe shit, it has to be really fucking funny and silly. I just personally just don't.
I was looking for an answer on how you did get the tears. You don't answer. You just wailed into an eagle. That's what you said. That was the thing. Right. Oh. Well, yeah, I don't know if joking is. Doug, what do you think? What did you say?
Well, as long as we're picking it apart, the thing that jumped out at me was because I think overall I think he got the job done even after digging a hole. What'd you say? What was the first part about? What was it you said to the audience? Yeah, I think that could be fun under the right circumstances. Like if you had, more of that sort of attitude to back it up. But after that, you sort of shifted gears to be again, we're all hearing it. Like the part that I thought was fun, that jumped out at me, was when you said people go to me and they're like, "Hey, what's it like in Beaverton?" It's like no person's ever walked up to you and done that, and it's just, that's just, like, but somebody's probably asked you the question. So, I just say try to not, the phrasing of people come up to me and say, like, why would that be the first thing somebody says to you? So, like, just the phrasing of it, the idea behind it's fine. That just jumped out at me. A weird way to put it. But then also the voice of the jumping around was funny. I did enjoy that aspect of it. So, the whole thing was an emotional rock. Trying to say.
Now, Beaverton, where is that located?
What's up there?
What is the coolest thing about Beaverton?
Nutria, it sounds like something you put in a drink to lose weight.
Nutria might cause dizziness, diarrhea, rat face. You should
face.
talk about that because I don't know anything about that. You probably
Especially if it's exclusive to where you're from.
Yeah.
And do you have anything about the Nike thing?
I should just do it.
Sorry, that's exactly.
You got what?
Well, night is
Did you get hurt? No, I just jumped on it.
Just sit and fuck out.
What'd you get out of it? What? Yeah. You were working for him at the time? I was working for East Coast Tea. You were working where? I was working for East Coast Tea.
Chewbacca was
on us again.
Wait, Chewbacca was
Skippy Simon.
Did I hear your car driving by one more time?
I liked it.
Oh, that's different than the first one. The first one was definitely Chewbacca, and he didn't want to do it again because he was embarrassed. Do the first one again. No, now you're destroying Chewbacca. Fuck it. Kyle, you gotta just relax. That's Kyle Henson, everybody. He's at Kyle. I love it.
Kyle, I like it.
The first one was Chewbacca. Then he tried to.
He was, he's got just gonna thing going, like he was trying a lot of different things.
I'm just saying, if anybody's gonna do an Eagle impression, make it not It's an Eagle joke for the 6 Eagles fans. Chance for your next comedian is Aaron March, everybody.
Hey guys, I'll let you know right after the time. Secret about me. And that's I've never experienced it. And I know this because I'm friends with drugs. And I want to experience love the way they experience drugs. You know? Like I want to look at a girl and be like, you know, like I want to experience like love the way my mom experienced drugs. I know that's selfish. I just never want to be left alone in a house full of SpaghettiOs ever. And that's because SpaghettiOs taste like fucking neglect. And Chef Boyardee knows this because he's on the can like. Sorry, buddy. With you all weekend, it was cool as your mom's love. Is that my minute? Alright, I'm Aaron Marsh. Thank you guys.
Fuck yeah. Aaron March killing it.
Thank you guys. Good job. Thank you.
That's how you do it. I should have worked on our show. It's hilarious.
Yeah, it's a great call. And yeah, I think you had it from the very beginning. His first thing was, oh yeah, the getting on this team. From love, I mean, that's just great, man. I think there's more that can be added to that. Where you get to the shit where it is, and there's more examples. You know, I want a girl that, after the teeth, you're already in it, so you can tag it. You know, I want a girl that, makes me throw up every night. You know, like you can really just stay in that weird pocket of what drug side effects are.
Well, what if you a girl that's
Really?
Oh shit, here we go. Oh shit.
a girl where you have withdrawal if you can't have sex with her? Like heroin withdrawal.
That might be more you than me, but no.
So wait,
You start stalking her and stuff. Withdrawal.
You want to put your needle in her arm.
Yes. Is that what happens with loving you?
I'm just saying, the heroin withdrawal, like,
I gotta say that I gotta give it up to all the comedians that come on this show to stand there and do their act without even acting like that guy standing next to me. That's a challenge in and of itself.
totally.
But yeah, I really liked it. You can't argue with the success of every punchline got laughs built to an applause break on the. It's funny that people will just be listening to this because the Chef Boyardee arms were really funny.
there's video up there, right?
I know, but I'm saying it's also a podcast, popular podcast. And some people won't get to see the shrug. But they will remember that he does that on the cans.
Yeah.
He really does have that gesture.
Yeah.
And
It's sort of like he doesn't want to be there. Like,
Yeah.
it's like he was an unknown, and maybe there's more to that, that'll be added about how, like, it seems like they offered him just enough money at the time. Like, hey, we need a chef to be on this dish. Like, how much are you paying? We just took the picture of him doing that. It's like, I guess I'll do it. Oh, wait, we already got it. You're done. I don't know.
you know who was almost up for that gig? Swedish Chef.
Swedish chef.
Yeah, that's another place I thought you were going to go with it. Not necessarily like it's the greatest place to go with it, but I do love
Just throwing the cans around.
I do love Swedish Chef impression.
Did you have Mr. Food?
Mr. Body or Mr. Food?
You had Mr. Food, the guy that would always.
Body. Richard Simmons looking guy with his body like tattooed all over his.
And you didn't say he was the cook guy?
It was a muscle suit, right? He had a full muscle suit.
Slim in the body.
Oh
Yeah.
shit! Fuck yeah, Devil's Rejects. That's what's
Right.
going on. Yeah, we had this guy called Mr. Food that would show you something how to cook, and then at the end of every segment, every night he would go, "Oh, it's so good." Yeah, it's very creepy. Aaron, you killed. Great job. What is this Twitter handle? Aaron is 5FT2.
5'2", my height.
Wow, that is a really bad Twitter handle. Aaron is 5'2", but spelled FT. Aaron is AARON. Aaron is 5FT.
What's wrong with your name? Was it taken? Oh. The famous musician?
Jared Marsh. Do you ever look for Marsh things like Marshmallow or like other Marshman?
Or try Aaron Neville. See if that's taken.
Fuck yeah.
Or Aaron Rogovich.
Yeah, very good job, Aaron.
Yeah, that was
awesome.
great.
I think he's done a show once or twice before, and he always did really well. He's a good stage presence.
Yeah. It's got your next comedian. His name is Kyle Shore.
I'm a former Marine, Afghanistan, last day, a veteran. It's great if you don't laugh, you're a terrorist. I went to Afghanistan though, I didn't kill anybody, which I'm thankful about. But at the same time, I'm kind of upset I didn't kill anybody. Hear me out. Not because I want to kill anybody, it's because I trained so long to do it. For like 3 years I trained to do that. And I get there like, oh no, with their hearts and minds. Why do you teach me to kill people for 3 years? It's like training like football for like 3 years in your life to get really good at football. And then for the like the big game, it's like, all right, we're gonna play football. All right, awesome, we're gonna play baseball. And you have to wear all your football equipment. And if you fail, you're a terrorist. What else? I don't know. That's not awesome.
That's 51.
Alright.
Yeah, you talked a little faster than you planned to, probably. Yeah, and all the words were intelligible.
When you said that doesn't happen with football, like training for 3 years and then not getting in, it made me think that, it's like Rudy without the special happy ending. It's like, what if Rudy just ended and he never gets into anything? That's what that's like, or at least that's what you're trying to paint the picture as, is training all that time for the big dance and not having to get it done at all. So I think there's room to slide some of Rudy reference after you, maybe before or after the baseball thing or the football thing. You'll write it down.
Or be on audio or video.
Yeah, that's fun that you're talking about. I don't know.
It's a shame you didn't get to kill me. But there's obviously going to be many more things you have to say about the experience. Like, but then you're going to have comedies or other topics to talk about as well. No, I'm saying other than your military background, you have other stuff to talk about as well from that perspective. I liked what I heard. So,
Yeah, if you can find a way to make that shit funny.
This is what I thought. I thought when he talked about football, I thought he was going to say, like, likes football with no tackling. I didn't when he went the directions of baseball, and that threw me off.
It's kind of interesting to know what one person he'll never have to please has to say about it.
Yeah. Did it turn you off, or did your battery just run out for a second?
You know I'm concerned.
But
the Patriot aside was she back at all things. Both fight for their country. Yeah. So you might want to apologize, Patriot. To a true patriot. We have a real patriot on stage. Not just he didn't ride a bus to Afghanistan.
Can you imagine just dropping off the Iron Patriot in Iraq or something like that? Oh my god. Having him walk the streets.
I'm already looking for a bus that goes to Culver City.
Oh yeah, just that.
Oh, thank God there's no routes that achieve that.
You're gonna need a transfer.
But anyway, I thought that was good.
Yeah, that's nice. Keep it up. Kyle Shore, there he goes. He's on Twitter.
Baked as cake.
Baked as cake.
Wait, what was your rank, Kyle? Lance Corporal Short? Sure. Okay. I was trying to make him funnier.
Wasn't that
Captain Short?
Wasn't that Polly's name?
What?
Lance Corporal Shore. Alright. In the Army Now jokes.
Wow.
Oh, Shore is your last name, though. You're not part of this Shore Comedy Store Empire? No? Okay. Good luck.
Oh, here we go.
Congratulations, Vince, on your part of your name.
Yeah, this is a fun guy. His name's Joshua Meyer.
How's it going, guys? My name's Joshua Meyerowitz. I have Asperger's. Asperger's, which is a high-functioning form of autism. If you don't know what that is, it's like being retarded, except I'm smart. So feel free to laugh. Don't get weird on me. I'll be weird for you. Luckily, I have very loving parents as well. My dad always has something to say to me. You're a comedian! You're more like a vampire! You sleep all day and then you go out at night and suck! I'm Joshua Meyerowitz.
Holy shit!
Action packed.
Wow.
Yes.
Thunder and lightning.
God damn it.
That might have been the best minute I've had so far this year. Don't touch me.
I'm sorry.
Autistic Thunder.
Wow.
Joshua Meyer.
That was great, Josh. You could have done a better job than what you did. That was perfect.
And you just look great. I mean, for those of you that don't know Josh, he's been doing comedy for what, 3 years now?
About 5 years.
Really? Here in LA?
How much
are the comedies? 3 years, right? And yeah, huge transformation in 3 years. To sociable and unfunny too. Able to be around in public and obviously hilarious. So I mean, it's just so awesome because we've been friends for those 3 years, sort of like somewhat of a mentor relationship. Josh used to wear those handicap shoes where you have to Velcro the nuts. Really?
Yeah.
Well, I told him about
Do you
the
really?
I think I was the one that told you about the shorts, though. He used to wear shorts.
Yeah.
Like in the wintertime, like 10 degrees, you would wear
T-shirt
shorts.
too.
Yeah, and a t-shirt and
I
shorts.
thought you liked dolphin shorts. Was that the kind?
I had issues that I had to find help with. And you have totally evolved in it. You keep such an open mind. You really are smart as fuck. And it's unbelievable to watch your growth in the last 3 years. And a killer fucking job tonight. Just keep doing what you're doing. It's unbelievable.
What kind of smart stuff do you do? I've actually met him before I moved in the hard one. I've always loved him. I love him.
Yeah, this is the real movie. This is freaking nature.
Right, yeah, you know a lot about video games and comics. That's what they call it. Yeah, I'd say that's one thing I would say is watch out for is that, like, I know it's what?
Good guess, Jerry, but no cigar. Really went for it on that one.
But listen, seriously. Inherent... I don't know why that word would have applied. No, what I'm trying to get at is, you said at one point, you live with your parents, go figure. And I'd say, why put yourself in I'm talking like an old Jewish man kind of form, if you don't have to? Or is that just really come naturally?
You always...
You're not around like Catskills comics, like your idols or something?
No, they were my dad's idols.
Yeah, okay, so you heard a lot of that kind of,
More or less, also,
yeah.
ours.
And your parents are both like super duper Jewish, right?
No, we're not religious, but they
But your impressions, I've heard impressions of it. Do it with your mom.
Listen, look at you in that dress coat. You look like you have broad shoulders. They are accentuating them. You look like
Okay, that's enough. Oh my God.
Sorry.
You look like a young Ron Hudson. That's a perfect example. You got to go figure from her, or from someone much older than you.
It could be anybody. Do another quick impression of your dad, real quick.
You're gonna be the next Jude Apatow.
I mean, is that not like a full-blown rabbi? I mean, they're such both power Jews. It's incredible. I think so. Is that the guy that picks you up every night in the van?
I think it's you know what I mean? You're smart and you like things that are modern and don't talk old timey way. Yeah, so just unless that could be part of the fun of your act. But it just I thought you had a really good set in that one to me. And it was a throwaway, so it wasn't that big of a deal. But that was the only little
So
mine still laugh though because it is funny. You should say go figure out.
I don't see the wrong way with it.
It's just not how people talk.
I don't think you need it to establish yourself either. So I really
no more go figure.
I would say so. I mean, it's just like anytime you
go. Also, don't
if it's not getting a bang, unless you want to. But I think that's established in your thing anyway. That you're sort of still old school.
Right. That's the thing. If you get into that at all, if you're going to get into the parents and then their influence on you, then saying stuff like that makes perfect sense.
Yeah, I never not at least a chuckle. And I didn't realize this now.
It is your own voice.
Yeah, say go figure. It's hard not to say that and not sound like
Josh, great fucking job. Together for Joshua Meyerowitz, everybody. Come on. That's at Autistic Thunder on Twitter. Spelled how it sounds. Autistic Thunder.
It's kind of sad.
He owns it.
Sad.
I know.
That's what we're here for. Point out things that we're worried about. Don't change a thing, man. Don't listen to us. We're just this man trying to hold you down. And I'll meet you over at Astro Vergers later. You allergic to that one, Brian?
That joke made you sneeze like a cat.
Oh, my minute's up. Go ahead.
Was that like, were you trying to not sneeze first? Like, what happened, right? What was that?
I was trying not to sneeze.
What? It made like
total pro.
It sounded like a tiny little baby animal.
What does the Patriot do when he has to sneeze? Just shit his pants.
It sounds like a modem.
I've been lucky where I haven't had a running nose. I take care of myself.
Yeah, it's cold and flu season, buddy.
It's pretty hot.
Take care of yourself. Yeah, right?
It's true. That's one enemy the Patriot can't beat. Common cold. Your next comedian is Jerron Horton, everybody. Wow, he's right there. Holy shit. It's like he knew.
He's like a Bruce Lee dude. Shoot fire out his hand. My least favorite character is Sonya Blade. She's just a white woman with a bonnet. She has the powers of a woman who just got cheated on. She can punch and kick. She doesn't belong there. I didn't have that. Like, my mom bought me Shaq Fu. Shaq Fu's just like Mortal Kombat, except for Liu Kang, except for shoots a little nail. He throws fine basketball. Like, I feel like the creators of that game should have just put just on it in Shaq Fu. We called it NBA Away Game 95.
Yeah.
Was that a sports joke at the end? What I had no idea what that meant.
Sports video game 90s hype. It's all, you gotta know a little bit about Mortal Kombat.
I thought of them for her special skills. You could. I thought of Carrie Underwood. She fucks up that guy's car. She's like, you never achieved that. It's like, well, maybe, Mom, but maybe it might not beat up his car over the short game. Still use the law. Destroy somebody's property. But yeah, I got a little lost at the beginning on some of the references. Like when you said, you were like, what's her name? What's her name? Yeah, we're like, so like, I think the whole audience was kind of like, oh, what's so bad at her? But then once you got into it, I mean, I just enjoyed the whole, kind of being so specific about a topic and also just the smooth delivery.
Definitely smooth delivery.
Nothing to dislike.
Yeah.
Just make sure you hold your hands a little bit more on references.
Yeah, but did anything make sense enough for you to make you laugh, though? Did you like it? But, like, I can even think of one thing that made sense because I don't know what he's talking about. So, say you, hey, football, I have no idea.
He clearly lost some of the drummer audience members.
Hey.
And other people were like, I'm interested in what he's, I'll figure out what he's talking about. That shit all makes sense to me. But yeah, it needs stronger punchlines, but just saying it's clearly not. Doesn't seem nervous.
Oh, no. Delivery perfect. Delivery perfect. Do you understand it?
It was a little bit with me. I concur. I was along with you on the ride. I can understand like Jason. I just think that it's a lot. There's a lot of math to it. There's a lot of you gotta do some equation. You gotta know NBA. You gotta know Shaq. You gotta know Shaq Fu. That's funny. You gotta sort of have something against white women to call them always getting cheated on. What's a ponytail?
Well, yeah, so that's what but
they could just touch your tip. She didn't have a so do you believe doesn't have some kind of crazy move? But what is the move? Just out of curiosity.
I don't really, honestly, I don't know.
Does anybody know what Sonya Blade sings? Look at this video game nerd. No, who is it?
Oh, she's a
wow.
grabber.
That sounds like Patriot's Dream. Yeah, Patriot, what would you do to Sonya Blade?
Well, it sounds like she has feet. She wants to put her on your neck. Would you let a woman, choke you out with her feet on your neck?
I just kind of like to look at it. Like when a girl's naked walking around like this.
Yeah. You know where to look.
So if a girl's completely naked walking in front of you, you're going to take at least, what, how many seconds to look at her feet?
I can look all the way from bottom to top.
The feet is what you really want to talk about.
All right, so let's say a girl's standing in front of you completely naked for 10 seconds. How much are you giving to boobs, face, vagina, and teeth?
Probably 40% feet.
Whoa! See, that's a what the fuck?
That's into some time starting with feet. I don't really care about the rest.
5, we got a 15. Everybody's negotiating way lower than you.
Feet is one. I don't even care if a girl has feet.
That's still,
Yeah, I know, right?
I said 40. There's still 20% for the top, 20% for the breast, 20% for the
Wow, you're really good with the numbers.
Do you
It's
ever
almost
think?
like you thought about it prior to tonight.
Do you ever think if you didn't call it a pouch, you might get more vagina?
don't mind if there's a little hair on it.
Are you talking about the feet?
Oh. I love how Jared's just hanging out during all this. Like, whatever. It's fucking Patriot, man. Stage time. Stage time. But I like him. I want to see more.
Totally, Jerron, great job. He's at Jerron Horton on Twitter. Jerron Horton. Transcript for Dan Lawler. New name.
Let's go, guys. I'm Dan Lawler. I would totally fuck Sonya Blade.
Fuck Sonya Blade.
Yeah, I will. I want to. Guys, I'm not sure why it's called a glory hole, but it sure is fun peeing through such a little target. You know what I mean? Guy on the other side didn't agree. But I mean, give it up for the Comedy Store bathrooms. They're top notch. They're great. So I'm not sure. Maybe you can help me. Is it still considered fingering if you use your thumb, or did I just thumb that gas station attendant down the street? Guys, free juicy fruit either way. That's a W. That's a win. So I go to church a lot, as you might have guessed. But I had some trouble the other day. This woman was freaking fuck out. She's freaking out. Like in the middle of the sermon, she starts freaking out. So I had to say to her, I'm like, look, lady, relax. All right, the Pope has said that breastfeeding in church is totally fine. Sit back, read your Psalms. I'm almost full. Guys, I'm Dan Lawler.
Jesus Christ, this guy's a fucking machine. How long have you been doing stand-up, Dan?
I started like 7 years ago, but I took like 2 off.
Right. You live here in LA?
Yeah.
Wow. How cool. What else do you do?
I write a little bit. I act. I was in Little Caesars commercials.
Oh, you were that guy in Little Caesars who was jerking somebody off?
Yeah. It was part of their big act. It was really big in Chicago.
Yeah, I really. I was trying to remember the part I liked the most, but I liked it all. There was one line in particular. And Slurp at the end wasn't crazy. That's just something I love every time.
Great stage presence. Yeah, how often do you get up? A lot?
Yeah, a couple days a week. I try to do like every 4 days.
Came out with the line about the what happened earlier.
I was like, yeah, thinking about Sonya Blade from Bud that whole time.
Yeah. Incorporated that.
That's Sonya Blade. They was good one. So you call that a Mortal Kombat.
Oh!
Anyway, I'm in the Writers Guild. My health insurance number is 1. Dan, that's fucking hilarious, man. I hope you come back. I mean,
yeah, I would definitely like to hear more. I'd like to hear more also from Soviets.
Yeah.
You know, like the whole like stuff that's cute, fun, and it's all
And
positive.
it works for this format, but it also helps if we're just given some new premises that are able to be worked on. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Pockets of a comeback show. A bit's a little bit longer than 7 seconds. Bang.
A lot of my stuff is like that, sort of schizophrenic fast I'm trying to work on.
Is that what you would do? How much time do you think you're having to get into this?
I mean, I've been back on it for a little over a year now, so and I had a lot of mustache here, so I shaved those all face, so mustache. But
Your mustache is back. I don't know how fast your facial hair grows, but
yeah,
you have a full beard right now.
You normally have a crazier mustache?
yeah, like I had a big old
wax and shit.
yeah, a bunch of Silver Lake.
I'm so glad you don't have it.
Yeah.
Keep the beard going. Comedy Central's going to give you an hour in the next month, because they love the beard right now. I'm just jealous of such your facial hair. It has to be done. Anyway,
You really think that's why?
good job, Dan Mahler, at the Dan Mahler.
Yeah, good job, man.
This is the part of the show where we get into our 2 regulars. We have 2 lovely ladies that have been on the show since its inception. They always do a brand new minute every single week. We get to watch them grow. 34 weeks. This week will be no different. Going first tonight, you know her from the Kill Tony podcast. Her name is Sarah Weinshank. Everybody, here she is.
Who's eating all these rice cakes? Anyone ever gotten full of a rice cake? How many rice cakes does it fucking take to get full? What's misleading about rice cakes is the word cake. I feel like it doesn't need to be there. Right? I have a lot of assumptions based on this. I'm gonna assume this is gonna be fucking good, and it's not good. Rice cakes are not great. Another question is what the fuck happened to romaine and iceberg lettuce? Do they still exist? Can't just get a Cobb or a Caesar anymore. It's gone. Just kale and arugula now, guys. Also, in case you were wondering, quiche is no longer a thing. It's been replaced with the frittata. That's it in my food trend update. Thanks, guys.
That's 58 seconds. You got this thing down. This is like your third or fourth week in a row staying right in that pocket of, I guarantee you have to have, I know for a fact, just in the past month, you have at least 4 or 5 killer minutes on food alone. That's a run. If you're doing a 15, 20, or longer set, I mean, that's a great thing to have up your sleeve. You can close with it, you can open with it, you can establish yourself, you can do it in the middle, you can do anything you want. I think you're treating this regular spot exactly how it should be treated by staying in the pocket and stretching out awesome things. I think this one's no different. I love the rice cake.
You give me a snot rocket right at the beginning, too. That was the fastest you got me into the snot rocket.
And you had me right away, too, because if you don't know, Sarah has that established style of telling you what annoys her. It's always little things that you sort of really don't think about, like the fact that rice cakes are basically inedible, super light, not really fulfilling. They sort of seem good when you're at the grocery store and you're hungry and you buy them. You go to put it away, you pull it out of the bag, and it's just like nothing. It's like so light, and you realize there's probably nothingness to it. And the fact that they do call it a cake, which is normally delicious, covered in frosting, sweet, flavorful, to say the least.
No, you're supposed to eat them just as normal, and then you can put little stupid things on. You could also talk about that, the shit that you're supposed to add with it.
Dress it up.
Yeah, like the back of the rice cake packages has other recipes, like put some fucking like iceberg lettuce on it. You know, it could be like a callback or something. Crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like quiche. Now, what do I have to say now instead of quiche when I go grocery?
No, quiche, that's out. What's trending now?
Frittata.
Frittata, yeah.
But I like the. I just never thought of before about how they're cheating with the word cake. Like you really pointed out, like how fucked up that is. And I thought another thing you could maybe throw in there is like anybody that that's an apple with pies. You guys say trying to apple pies.
Right.
Yeah, that's true.
Right. That's a great
Brand new organic health pies, you guys. All the pie you want.
Or this
It just doesn't taste anything like pie.
Yeah. There's no kale candy bar. There's no.
Like iceberg and like romaine, like gourmet salad.
There's actually no.
Yeah.
Right? Isn't it like iceberg lettuce has nothing positive?
Yeah, it takes away that celery is burning calories as well. It's actually more of a workout. So yeah, you're covering it. Great job. I mean, that's killer stuff. Awesome. She's on Twitter at Princess Shank, SHENK. So that's at Princess Shank.
I'm so proud of her.
Yeah, it's amazing.
That's just. I would definitely pay money to see her. I would love to see 50 minutes.
Yeah.
She's been on all 34 shows?
No, she's been on 29.
Yeah, most of them.
Yeah. A new minute every time, right?
Yep.
Oh, should have her do a longer set somewhere.
Yep, we're about to announce that just after this next.
Oh!
Your final comedian, she's been with us the longest. She dropped out of college because her first comedy spot was here on Phil Tony, and she fell in love with stand-up comedy. She's the one and only Kimberly Condon, everybody! Closing it out. Bringing it.
Hello. I read a story where a lady got mad and chopped her husband's penis off because he said he was leaving. The only thing I could think of is how good was that penis? Literally could not part from it. He was like, I'm out of here. You're fucking nuts. She's like, that's fine. You can go. But the dick's staying here. Wouldn't it be funny if she loved it so much she literally wanted custody of the dick? Like she went to court and the judge is like, well, ma'am, what is your reasoning for wanting partial custody of this penis? Is someone dying back there?
What's going on?
Whoever you are, control yourself. Just get a grip.
Why do you want partial custody of this penis? She's like, well, listen, I've raised it. I've watched it grow. It's not that you can live with it, but I should have it on weekends and holidays. That's it. Thanks.
Slaughterfest. Again, 59.88 seconds. It's like a joke at this.
That was great. Very well written.
I don't blame you though for lashing out at that weird laugh.
That was
Is that
fucking
real?
crazy.
Is that a real laugh?
Just let it out or do whatever you need to do next time before walk out of the room
outside
and never come back. That was unbearable.
Yeah, that was
Whatever
really
you
weird.
need to do to make sure that never happens again, that'd be great. Now it's just a regular thing. Just let it out. No, a regular laugh is unbearable. It's all the same thing, but just let it out. Whatever that squealing thing is, it's high pitched. I hear it.
Separate your laughter and water drinking activities.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
I heard that noise on Blackfish when they separate the kids from their parents. Kim Condon, you fucking destroy.
Yeah, that was awesome.
The ladies that killed Tony. Bring
I
it
said
in.
something real quick. I think it's a disturbing trend with these women cutting the penises off. I mean, we all know about the John Bobbitt story, but I would have thought it would have ended after that. And this stuff is still going on, huh?
Yeah, I guess.
Terrible.
Do you know where this one happened?
Chopping dicks. I was Googling today.
Yeah.
Some weird shit.
Oh, it was Chopping Dicks, Tennessee.
I just Googled. Okay, so I read somewhere and someone said you can just think of the most fucked up things and you can Google and someone's done it. And I was like, and I Googled chopping off a
This is
man's dick.
comedy writing tip right here.
See the man with two dicks? See that yet? There's a man with two dicks.
Yes,
and
I
he's working
have.
get hard and he's fucking some people at the same time. Both holes.
Oh my god.
You can Jackie smack two at a time.
Jackie smack!
Jackie smack.
You already have a name for that?
The Jackie smack attack.
Kim Condon, great job. Thank you so much. Follow her on Twitter at Kimberly Condon. CONGDON.
Good job.
That was good. That was exciting. Yeah, so the big announcement is that Kill Tony is coming to the La Jolla Comedy Store. First ever road gig. And the entire crew is coming with us. Sarah Weinshank, Kimberly Condon, Josh Martin, the Iron Patriot, Brian Redband, and I, all going down to San Diego. That's March 1st, a big, huge Saturday night show. For months we've been being asked, when is Kill Tony coming on the road? This is our big, first, huge test
This is
run.
our beta test.
Yeah, big time.
Yeah, because we gotta start taking this to your city.
Yeah.
So also, if you own a comedy club and you're listening to this right now, get a hold of me or Tony. Yeah, we can figure this shit out.
It's about to all go down. You gotta fly the Patriot up. It's a big budget if you're listening and you own a comedy club. But let's figure it out.
Doug,
How does that work? Would he have a special suitcase?
I got a gold travel bag. Let's get two of those, put it in, then I'm going to bring them to the middle section on the plane with me. This is more practical.
That's your carry-on?
Yeah, but I'm going to get two gold travel bags to put on the legs and chest.
I'd love to be on a big plane.
Oh my god. The bomb people are just gonna be like, are you fucking kidding me, dude?
Yeah, I think I'm going to have to get there early that day.
Red, white, and blue LED star. Oh, good sell. No way that's a bomb. That's what they're gonna do. Doug, your show is so entertaining. I've told everybody that I honestly think it is the funniest concept for a show that I've heard of since whoever thought of Kill Tony came up with that. Getting Doug with High is unbelievable, and I just love what you're doing over there. I got to go to one with when you had Jeff Ross on. I got to sit there and watch that taping happen. It is the most fun concept, so please everybody watch that. And what else is going on? What do you want to promote?
Well, let me tell them where they can see it. Wednesdays at 4:15, and thank you. 4:15 every Wednesday we start, and we smoke on my 420, and it's at my YouTube page, youtube.com/There's a bunch of episodes we've already done, like the one you mentioned with Jeff Ross. So just watch it.
When's your Comic Con movie coming out?
Still trying to finish it up. We're on finishing touches, trying to figure out how much money we want to spend on music, how important music is.
The Comic Patriot did music.
Oh,
Yeah, Dirty Crap.
good idea.
Follow the Comic Patriot on Twitter. He's awesome on Twitter. I'm in the process of building a Kill Tony blog as of today. Going to start putting thoughts and interesting aspects of whatever I think on that, so get interactive. Keep you guys listening better. So thank you so much, live audience, for coming out. Word of history. The fastest growing podcast in the history of the internet. Thanks for being part of it. Bye, guys.
Just the phrase with the and when you see us backstage, you can't tell
Coming to you live from the Comedy Store for a brand new episode of Kill Tony Volume 2. Give it up for Tony Hinchcliffe.
Wow. Boy, oh boy, what an exciting episode of Kill Tony we have ahead of you. This is the long-awaited episode 35. What an exciting week it's been. We did getting dug with high on Wednesday. Red Band and the Iron Patriot.
If you guys don't know him, he's this guy. This is him right here. It's the Iron Patriot.
Hi. He's doll. Man has a doll. So yeah, it was an exciting week, and then, as you can tell, for the first time since episode 1, there is no Iron Patriot here. Oh no, Brian! I got a phone call while I am having coffee, which was right the day after getting dug with high, and the Iron Patriot quit Kill Tony in a stunning turn of events. The Iron Patriot's words were gotten too big for the show. That when I'm ready to move on to Comedy Central or Jazz, that you'll be waiting for my phone call. But until we are up to a higher production quality and not on the Death Squad network, he will not be working with the show. These were his words, at which point I'm on the sidewalk. I took the call inside the coffee shop. At this point, after that, I'm on the sidewalk yelling like a crazy man. And I was thinking, you know, that you have that third eye that's sort of like, man, I bet you have one of these cars driving by right now is going to see me yelling like a crazy man, which I never am doing. But there's a point when he's telling me all of this, you know, the guy who sort of had a bond, you know?
Just the night before, actually, I saw this cute little flip phone that he had. He was using MapQuest that he printed out on paper. It had failed him, and he was 15 minutes late. He needed to go to the house.
Right. There was a car to pick us up. We was using printed paper version.
Yeah. So he asked him about it. We saw that he had, you know, the phone with these such robots. It's fun.
Yeah.
I think it was the E850 Corolla. If you guys know about it.
And we also noticed that when his car was having trouble with parallel parking, then the thing that really stood out was the Patriot has this thing where he slams car doors really hard.
Yeah, I think there's a couple periods. I think he wears the armor all day, so when he's out of the armor, he's very strong. Because he's slamming the doors like he's fighting with an ex-girlfriend.
I mean, it's a very standout problem. It's not like we're like trying to find something. It's like you can hear this door slam from far away. And I noticed when he got out of his car. He gets out of his car and he closes his door. He has to open the back door and the trunk with these giant bags under his suit. Anyway, it ends up being that when he gets in the SUV, he slams the door. When he's getting in his car.
Hey man, what's going on?
Right. Like, so then when we get to the place, he gets out of the car and the driver goes, "Hey, I'll help you with your bags." And the teacher goes, "Yeah, I'd really like that." But the way he said it, it sort of sounded condescending, and then it slams his door really hard. So the driver's like, "What's up with this asshole?" Anyway, but I've always looked past the little things. That's no big deal. Forget his car door problem. Forget the fact that he's had a dog like ice cream off of his genitalia. There's a lot of things that we've talked about with him on this show that I can look past. But what I ended up yelling at him about on that sidewalk was a thing of loyalty and, you know, he was basically saying that he didn't want to work with you or the Death Squad.
The guy that offered his cell phone for $500. I got a brand new cell phone. I'm going to use it. I saw the cell phone eventually. Last couple weeks ago, CD on iTunes. Just no reason. I have no reason to do this. I'm just trying to help him out.
And that's what I was saying to the Patriots, that he's insane. You'll never be able to build relationships in any form of show business if you burn each bridge that you go to. So the next day, that day that he quit, not even an hour later, I'm in communication with Doug Benson, who says the Iron Patriot just asked him to be a regular on my show. At which Doug replied, I could see the response time was so fast. It was so fast. And he goes, "No chance of that happening." It's funny because it was a one-time thing. And, you know, Patriots always hinted at wanting to jump ship. I guess I always truly needed the side thought of as a joke. There you go. He's done it. And a lot of, you know, the crazy thing is, 2 weeks ago at Target, this tweet's still out there in the universe. I found this little Iron Patriot mask. And I go, wow, $7 here. It says Iron Patriot. But I tweeted out that he's like replaceable. And, you know, next thing you know, he quits on me. Luckily, I think so, because I bought the mask. I bought the mask, and I'm like, this is fine, you know, just in case we ever want to do anything silly, I'll wear this mask. So, then he quit, but I don't know if he's that irreplaceable. We're going to give it a shot. Ladies and gentlemen, Red Band and I would like to introduce to you Iron Josh, everybody. Wow. Holy shit. Wow. Iron
Sorry, there's not an Iron Patriot to fix your mind for you.
Iron Josh, how's it going, man?
I don't think your machine's on. You gotta fix your.
I believe he said that he'd like to lead these new Avengers into friendship.
Here, I gotta take out your voice. I gotta turn this on for you, bro. Okay, maybe this is an official product now.
I'm guessing this isn't a $5,000 suit from Norway.
No, this is our penis microphone snake. Yeah, you just put it in your pants. You can talk anytime. It's adjustable for any heights. Yeah, it's on. You just gotta put it near your penis. There.
Looks great. Iron Josh, how's it going?
Yeah, you have to watch out for your penis speaker.
Maybe you could just hold it to your mouth the whole time.
Let's hear one of your famous catchphrases.
Yeah. You have any other ones? There you go.
Yeah, very often. Unlike most of them.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, how exciting.
You know what, Iron Josh? This class doesn't seem as realistic as the test flight. So, just turn on your test flight right there.
Yeah.
How are you alive, Tony Stark? Or wait, who are you? Who are you actually, Iron Patriot? Oh, you said so many weeks before that actually you're not Tony Stark, that inside your costume is actually a villain. Who is he?
That is true. He did say that about a week or two ago, that the Iron Patriot turned bad at one point. And then he ends up like trying to fuck everybody over. Son of a bitch. Did you take the bus here tonight, Iron Josh?
Wait, can you try to sit down on this stool right here on this stage? How hard is it for you?
Wow, I've never seen that. Wow.
Yeah, it's that nice guy.
That must have cost more than $5,000.
You need to get to the speaker.
Yeah, get to the microphone. Still have the same lack of common sense. Yeah.
Wow.
So we've got the Iron Josh. Explained to I think a great enough deal about the Patriot. So that's where we stand with that. Let you know any updates.
You know what? I think every week we're going to I think by the next chapter we'll have a
Well, we've got that out of the way. What do you guys say we bring up our guest, huh? What's that? Absolutely. There you go, the Iron Josh. Luckily, we have yet another replacement for even him. Iron Mervis is here, everybody. Put your hands together for Iron Mervis. Fuck yeah. Wow, look at this.
So wait a second, he can... That is interesting.
Wow. Holy shit. That is unbelievable.
Oh. The old Patriot couldn't do that. He just flailed his arms and stuff like that under his twist. This guy could be totally functional. You can drink as much water as you want, and I bet you can sit down on that stool as much as you want.
Wow, look at that. That is just a mast on air. This is like if Patriot and Thor This is the iron deficiency patriot right here. Anyway, but yeah, put your hands together for our guests tonight, everybody. Two guys that I'm pals with. We've done the road together. Really hilarious guys. You know them from their TV shows and podcasts. Put your hands together for Tom Segura and Bert Kreischer. Wow. Fuck yes. Oh yeah, guys. Fuck yes. Welcome to Kill Tony. This is both of your first time. The Iron Josh is back. One more time for the Iron Hervis, everybody.
Nice.
Patriot, Iron Josh, do you have any questions for us?
I actually do have some. I've been researching the two of you. Like I do every week. I have a question for Tom. Apparently you have a dashboard from your website right here. And what's the deal with the Bristol stool truck with you?
What's the deal?
Yeah. What is it?
Like, how
I don't know what it is.
Oh, it's a thing I devised that the medical world has. This is interesting. I remember learning about this. Yeah. Nice product.
The Eskimos have 100 different words for snow. Tom's got 7 words for shit.
Iron Man is not. I did not make that. Okay. Basically, like 1, 2, and 3 are hard. Especially 1 and 2, you don't want those. Those are bloody, cold, desirable, demonstrating 3 to 4 desirable.
It's like how you gotta suck it back in and bring it up inside you.
Exactly.
And push it back in.
2, 4 slide out.
I'm gonna chew this a little longer.
5's a little looser, and then 6 is not real mess. 7's are very I don't know why